It was a summer of 2003. I was driving on the winding backroads of Letcher County. I had been running moonshine for many years, and that night was no different. These were the kinds of roads with a smooth pavement end and turns into gravel and mud. Every time I hit a bump, I worried it might be my last. Out there, you always felt like the police or revenue agents were hiding in the bushes, just waiting to catch you. My head was hurting badly. I had a terrible hangover from some cheap, strong bourbon I drank the night before. I got at Old Man Harlan's still, which was hidden deep in a hollow where the creek water stays ice cold even in the middle of July. To try and wake up, I was drinking black coffee from an old thermos. The coffee tasted like rust, but I needed it. I held the steering wheel of my Ford truck with one hand and used the other to mess with the radio. I couldn't get any clear stations out there. It was all just loud static and fuzz. Every now and then, I would hear a preacher shouting about sin, but then the signal would vanish again. I wasn't looking for company that night. I had a job to do. The back of my truck was filled with glass jars wrapped in burlap sacks. They made a soft clinking sound every time the truck hit a hole in the road. I had a long drive ahead of me to drop them off at the county line. That was when my headlights hit her. She was standing right in the middle of the road. She looked like she belonged there, totally unafraid. I slammed on my brakes as hard as I could. My tires skidded on the loose gravel, and the truck fishtailed back and forth. I finally stopped only a foot away from her legs. She didn't even flinch. She just stood there. She was a very beautiful woman. She was wearing short denim shorts with frayed edges and a tight tank top. It was very humid that night, the kind of heavy air that happens right after a summer rain, and her clothes seemed to cling to her. Her hair was dark and damp, hanging over her shoulders as if she had just walked out a creek. I rolled down my window. The engine was idling roughly, making the whole truck shake. I yelled out to ask if she was okay. She didn't look scared. She just smiled a slow, easy smile. She asked if I could give her a ride to the next town. Her voice was incredibly smooth. It sounded like honey poured over gravel. Even though my gut told me it was a bad idea, I told her to hop in. In those mountains, you don't leave people stranded. The woods are too big and too empty to leave a person alone in the dark. She climbed into the truck. Immediately, the smell of the cab changed. She brought the scent of fresh rain and pine needles with her. It was a very clean, sharp smell. It cut right through the smell of stale cigarette smoke that usually lived in my truck. I asked her what her name was. She said it was Sarah, or maybe Sarah. I can't remember exactly how she spelled it now. I asked where she was coming from. She just shrugged her shoulders. She said she had been walking for a long time and got caught in the rainstorm earlier that day. We started moving again. The headlights were like two thin beams of light cutting through the pitch-black night. The trees on both sides of the road were so thick and close that it felt like we were driving through a tunnel. There were no houses for miles. There were no lights in any windows. It was just us and the sounds of the night. I could hear the crickets chirping and an owl hooting far away in the woods. Back then, I had one of those old flip phones. Out in those deep valleys, that phone was useless. There was no signal at all. If something went wrong, I had no way to call for help. That is how the mountains are. They make you feel very small. It feels like the whole world has shrunk down to only what you can see in your headlights. At first, we talk a little bit. Well, she did most of the talking. She talked about the weather and how the creeks were getting high from the rain. She talked about the fireflies. They were everywhere that year, blinking in the bushes like tiny, lost stars. Her laugh was very pretty, almost like music. At one point, I made a joke about the police chasing ghosts in the woods, and she reached over and touched my knee. But then she started humming. It was a low sound, very quiet first. It sounded like an old church hymn, the kind you might hear coming from a small church in a far-off valley on a Sunday morning. But something about the tune was wrong. The notes didn't sound right. They'd bend in strange ways that didn't match any song I had ever heard. I told myself she was probably just nervous or bored. We kept driving, and the road kept winding. Every time I looked over at her, I could see her face glowing slightly from the lights on the dashboard. Her skin looked very smooth and pale in the dark. As we drove deeper into a hollow, the trees seemed to lean over the road, as if they were listening to us. The humming got louder. It started to make my teeth vibrate. My whole jaw began to ache from the sound. I shook my head, thinking my hangover was getting worse, or that maybe the truck engine was making a weird noise. But it wasn't the truck. The sound was coming from her. It was a steady, heavy buzz that started to fill my head. I would think about her laugh, and the humming would seem to repeat that laugh back to me. It looped over and over in my mind until I couldn't think about anything else. Her hand was still on my knee. It felt very warm through my jeans, and a humming pulse along with her touch. My skin started to tingle in a weird way. I asked her politely to stop humming, but she didn't listen. She just kept smiling and humming. The sound filled the inside of the truck. It felt like it was bouncing off the glass windows. Outside, I started to hear scratching noises. I thought maybe it was animals, raccoons or possums, running out of the woods. It sounded like claws were scraping against metal of the truck doors as we drove past. I was so scared that I pulled the truck over. My heart was thumping hard in my chest. I got out to check the side of the truck, but there was nothing there. It was just the dark woods and that humming sound. Even outside the truck, the hum followed me. It was faint, but it wouldn't go away. When I got back inside, she leaned closer to me. She started whispering things to me in between the notes of her song. She made promises. She said we could drive forever. She said I wouldn't have to run moonshine anymore or hide jars in the woods. Right then, time started to get confusing. I didn't realize it at the moment, but the days were starting to blur together. I started to forget the roads I had known my whole life. I forgot the secret spots where I was supposed to drop off the moonshine. I even started to forget my own home. I had a small house up on a ridge with a wood stoked that always smoked when the wind blew the wrong way. But that memory was fading. I don't know how to explain it. It was like her humming was changing the inside of my brain. It was making her the only thing that mattered in the world. I need to tell you more about that truck. It helps me remember that I'm not crazy. It was a 1989 Ford. The paint was chipped and scratched because I drove it through thorns and over rocks for years. The seats were worn out, and sometimes the metal springs would poke through the fabric. The glove box was broken. It wouldn't stay closed. Every time I hit a bump, it would pop open and drop old, yellowed maps and a bottle of aspirin on the floor. But the thing I remember most was the ashtray on the dashboard. It was completely full of bent cigarette butts. I used to smoke a lot back then, especially when I was nervous about the police. She started smoking too. She would light her cigarettes slowly using my old, scratched-up Zippo lighter. She left deep red lipstick marks on the filters of her cigarettes. It looked like a little kiss left behind on everyone. The ashtrays smelled like old tobacco and her cheap perfume. But underneath those smells, there was something else. It was a bad smell, like wet dirt from a fresh grave. I would try to empty the ashtray when I stopped, but it seemed like it was always full again. The cigarette butts multiplied in the dark. The lid of the ashtray had a rusty hinge. Every time the truck hit a pothole, it would make a noise. Creak-click, creak-click. That noise started to match the rhythm of her humming. I spent hours just staring at that ashtray while I drove. The glow from her cigarettes made strange shadows dance across the dashboard. It was just a normal, messy part of a beat-up truck, but it was the only thing that felt real. By the end, I think there were 100 cigarette butts in there. They were like tally marks counting all the time I was losing. The smell of that ashtray got into everything. It was in my clothes, on the steering wheel, and in my hair. I had a little pine tree air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, but it couldn't hide the smell. I would turn the radio knob, trying to find some music to drown out the humming, but it didn't work. The static only made the squeak of the ashtray lid sound louder. Driving those nights was boring and repetitive, but I became obsessed with that ashtray. It was a small piece of the normal world. Even while everything else was becoming wrong, we just kept driving. Or, at least, it felt like we were driving. The humming was everywhere now. It echoed off the hills. It sounded like the mountains themselves were singing back to her. The scratching sounds on the outside of the truck got louder. One time, I looked out the window and saw eyes reflecting in the headlights. There were dozens of them, low to the ground, following the truck. I pulled over again and stepped out into the silence. The silence was heavy and scary. There was no wind. The leaves on the trees didn't move. There was only that humming vibration in my ears, my bones. I had no neighbors nearby. The closest person lived miles away over the ridges. You could scream all night long out there, and nobody would ever hear you. She would just sit in the truck and wait for me. She would hum softer, drawing me back to her. When I would get back in, she would touch my arm, and her fingers would leave trails of warmth on my skin. I truly don't know how many days we spent like that. The jars of moonshine in the back were forgotten. I'm sure many of them broke as we drove over the rough roads. My hangover never went away. Instead, it turned into a thick fog in my mind. My thoughts just went in circles. I thought about her face, her voice, and her promise that life would be easy. I forgot what my home looked like. I forgot the porch where I used to sit and drink a beer. I forgot my kitchen with the old linoleum floor. The humming narrowed my whole world down to just the inside of that truck and the road in front of us. One night, or maybe it was day, I couldn't tell because the trees were so thick. The humming reached a peak. The vibration was so strong that the mirrors on the truck started to shake. The animals outside weren't just scratching anymore. They were throwing their bodies against the truck. I could hear heavy thumps against the metal, like giant pieces of hail hitting the roof. I looked over at her, and I saw that her eyes had changed. Her pupils were huge and dark. They didn't reflect any light. That was when the wrongness finally hit me. It felt like a punch to the stomach. This woman was not a normal hitchhiker. She was something that came out of the dark hollows. She was the kind of thing the old stories warn you about, the voices in the wind that try to steal your soul. I didn't think. I just acted. I threw the truck door open while the engine was still running, and I jumped out. I ran as fast as I could into the woods. Tree branches whipped my face and scratched my skin. The humming followed me like a swarm of bees. I tripped over roots and fell into deep mud that tried to pull my boots off. I didn't stop. I kept running until my lungs felt like they were on fire. Slowly, the sound of the humming began to fade. I eventually made it back to a main road. I caught a ride with a logger who didn't ask me any questions. When I finally went back to find my truck with a friend, it was gone. All we found were tire tracks and some broken glass jars in the dirt. But the humming didn't leave me. On quiet nights, when the house creaks or the wood stove pops, I can still hear it. I sit up in bed and listen. I wonder if she is still out there on those back roads, waiting for the next person to pick her up. I found one of her cigarette butts in my pocket a few days later. It still had the red lipstick on it. I threw it into the fire, but the smell of that wet earth and perfume stayed in my house for weeks. To be honest, I don't drive those back roads anymore. I only do my work during the day now. I keep my radio turned up as loud as it will go. But sometimes, in the short silence between two songs, I hear it. It's a very faint, low tune. It feels like it's calling me back to the woods. The mountains keep their secrets. If you grow up here, you learn that early. People disappear on these roads all the time. Most people say it was just an accident, or that the person decided to run away and start a new life. But I think some people, like me, see something wrong in the woods and they have to carry that fear with them for the rest of their lives. My house is very isolated. It sits at the end of a dirt track that turns into a river when it rains. My nearest neighbor is a mile away, an old widow who has chickens and keeps a shotgun by her front door. I still don't have good cell phone service. I have to drive all the way up to the top of the ridge just to get 1 or 2 bars of signal. At night, the trees feel like they are pressing against my house. Their branches scrape against the roof like fingers trying to see if the windows are locked. I try to tell some people about what happened. I went to the bar in town where the neon lights buzz, and the beer's always a bit flat. The men there just laughed at me. They told me I had been drinking too much moonshine. Maybe they were right, but the humming is real. It is here right now as I am telling you this. It is very faint, like the sound of wind moving through pine trees. I don't know how to make it stop. The dread has never gone away. It sits in my chest like the cold dust that killed my father. It's heavy and it makes it hard to breathe. I wake up covered in sweat, reaching for the light switch. But out here, the darkness is very strong. I try to live my life one sentence at a time now. I try to stay busy so I don't have to be in the quiet. But the quiet always finds me. Let me tell you a little more about my wood stove. It helps to talk about things I can touch. It is a big, heavy, cast iron stove in the corner of my living room. It is black and covered in soot because I've used it for so many years. The door makes a high-pitched squeak when you open it. I burn oak and hickory wood in it. I love the sound of the wood popping and the sight of the sparks flying up the chimney. The house smells like smoke and the old smell of mice that hide in the walls during winter. The stovepipe goes through the ceiling, and I had to wrap it in foil tape because it used to leak heat. On very cold nights, I sit right next to it with my boots off. I can feel the heat coming off the metal, but ever since that night, the warmth feels fake. It feels like no matter how big the fire is, it can't reach the cold spot she left inside my heart. Every day, I have to empty the ash pan. The ashes are like a fine gray powder. It gets all over my hands and under my fingernails. It's a boring, dirty chore, but I do it because it's a routine. It's something normal. The hinges on the stove door have rusted, and now they make sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It sounds like a rhythm that is mocking her humming song. I tried to fix it with oil, but the sound always comes back. That stove has kept me alive through many winter storms, but now it just reminds me of how alone I am. The humming comes back in my dreams. It pulls me back to that road in 2003. Sometimes when I'm driving my new truck, I think I see her in the corner of my eye, but when I look, she is gone. The wrongness is still there. It stays like the fog in the valleys that takes a long time to disappear. That is my story. You can believe me or not, but if you are ever driving on those back roads and you hear a low humming sound, don't stop, just keep driving. Story 2. This story takes us back to the early 1990s, a time when things were much simpler, but the woods felt much deeper. My father ran a junkyard near a place called Heineman. It was a massive field piled high with cars that had rusted through in scrap metal that people had simply given up on fixing. I used to help my father out after school, end of the day. Most of my work happened after the sun went down. I would walk to the yard with a flashlight that had a weak, yellow beam that flickered in the damp night air, looking for parts we could sell. Our guard dog was named Old Blue. He stayed in a shed and would rattle his heavy metal chain, growling low at the raccoons or whatever else was moving around in the tall weeds. On some nights, there was no moon at all. It was pitch black. My flashlight beam was the only thing cutting through the darkness. It would land on car fenders that were bent like broken bones or engines that had been completely gutted. I was about 17 years old then. I had that kind of young, foolish energy where you think you are invincible. I thought that if I could just strip enough copper wire to sell, I would have everything I needed. To be honest, I enjoyed those nights. They made me feel free and got me away from my father's constant yelling about chores. But the loneliness of the place would eventually get to you. The junkyard was at the end of a long, twisting gravel road. Our nearest neighbor lived 2 miles away. Their porch light was just a tiny, faint speck of light that disappeared whenever the mountain fog rolled in. We didn't have cell phones back then. Even if we did, they wouldn't have worked. The signal dies in those hills. The trees grow so close together that it feels like they're trying to keep secrets from the rest of the world. One hot and sticky evening in July, she showed up. It was a kind of summer night where your shirt sticks to your back with sweat before the sun even goes down. I was working on a 1972 Chevy, trying to pry a tire off with a heavy metal crowbar. Suddenly, I saw headlights bouncing up our driveway. At first, I thought it was just a customer or maybe someone coming to dump an old wash machine. But then, a woman stepped out of the car. She was incredibly beautiful. She was wearing a red dress that fit her perfectly. The fabric seemed to catch the very last bit of sunlight in a way that made my mouth go completely dry. She told me that her car had broken down a little ways back. She said she hit a big pothole on the county road and got a flat tire. I offered to fix it for her, thinking my father wouldn't mind the extra money. As I worked, she stood there and talked to me. She was flirting a little, asking about the junkyard and asking for my name. She called me handsome and gave me a wink that made my face feel hot. Her voice was very soft. It sounded like cool creek water flowing over smooth stones. She smelled amazing, like sweet wild roses growing along a fence. I jacked up her car, which was a very fancy sedan. It didn't look like it belonged on our muddy back roads. She leaned against a stack of old hubcaps, her dress touching the dirt, and laughed at my jokes. I fixed the tire quickly and used the air compressor to fill it up. The compressor was old and made a loud wheezing sound like an old man struggling to breathe. When I was finished, she smiled at me, and that smile seemed to light up the dark shadows of the yard. Then she reached out and put something in my hand. It was an old locket made of brass. The metal was dull because it was so old, and the chain was as thin as a fishing line. Inside the locket was a faded, brownish photo of a woman who looked just like her, but much older. She said it was a family heirloom she found in her glove box and wanted to have it as a thank you. I put it around my neck. I felt a strange thrill, like I had been given a secret treasure. She drove away, and I watched her red taillights disappear down the gravel road. I stood there alone, feeling the locket warm against my chest. At first, nothing felt wrong. It was just a piece of jewelry. I wore it while I hauled scrap metal during the day. It would dangle from my neck while I ate dinner with my father at the kitchen table while he complained about bills and ate his beans and cornbread. But that night, as I lay in my room listening to the crickets through the window screen, I felt a tug. It was very subtle. It felt like a fish nibbling on a bait line. It felt like something was pulling my arm toward the bedroom door. I told myself it was just my imagination and went back to sleep. However, when I woke up the next morning, my feet were covered in dirt. It looked like I had been walking around outside barefoot. I figured I must have been sleepwalking, which was something I hadn't done since I was a little kid. Over the next few days, those tugs got much stronger. I would be working the junkyard, moving my flashlight over the twisted metal frames of old cars, and suddenly my legs would jerk. They would move me toward the woods at the edge of our property, where the trees were thick and black. Every time this happened, the locket would get hot. It felt like it had been sitting right next to a hot stove. I would pull myself back, my heart beating fast, but the feeling stayed in my muscles. It was a dull ache, like the feeling you get after a long day of heavy lifting. The nights were the worst part. I would wake up in the middle of the field, standing barefoot in the wet grass. I could hear her voice calling to me from the tree lean. She was saying soft words that I couldn't quite understand. There was no one around to see me. My father was a very heavy sleeper because of the moonshine he drank, and the dog would only whine from his shed, blue wooden bark. He would just stand there with the hair on his back sticking up. The silence in the mountains is very heavy. It feels like the trees are standing guard. If you scream for help, the sound would just echo back at you or disappear completely. I don't know how to truly explain what was happening. It felt like there were invisible threads hooked into my skin. At first, they pulled gently, but then they became very insistent. They were guiding me like I was a puppet on strings. The locket would pulse every time it pulled me. The photo inside seemed to get clearer in the moonlight, and it felt like the woman's eyes were watching my every move. I need to tell you about something real to help me stay grounded. I always kept a greasy rag in my pocket. It was just a scrap of old flannel cloth that was stained dark with motor oil. I used it to wipe my hands after working on engines. The smell of the oil was very sharp. It smelled like burnt coffee and rust. That smell stayed in the fabric, no matter how many times my mother tried to wash it. Eventually, she just gave up. I would pull that rag out to wipe sweat off my face or to clean a dirty bolt. The cloth was rough against my skin, and the edges were frayed because it always got caught on sharp pieces of metal. On the night the woman gave me the locket, I had wiped my greasy palms on that rag before I took her hand. I remember the oil left black smudges on her skin, but she didn't seem to care. Later, when the tugging started, the rag started to feel strange. It seemed like the thin threads of the locket chain were getting tangled into the fibers of the rag. Or maybe I was just losing my mind. But the rag would snag on my tools, and it would leave oil streaks across my shirts. Over the next few days, the oil stain on the rag seemed to grow larger and darker, like ink spreading on a page. The smell became very strong and unpleasant. It smelled like a mix of old oil, sweat, and dirt. I would look at the rag under my flashlight and see the grime caked into the folds of the cloth. It was a boring, everyday object, but it reminded me of the hard work I did. My father had piles of rags just like in the shed. Some were so old and stiff that they would crack if you tried to bend them. Mine was special to me because it was always in my pocket. I used it to clean carburetors or to stop the bleeding if I cut myself on a piece of scrap metal. The hinges on the shed door would squeak every time I want to get a new one. It had a rhythm, squeak, pause, squeak. That rag had been with me through every dirty job, but now it felt wrong. It felt like the threads of the cloth were binding me to the locket and whatever was pulling me into the dark. The wrongness continued to grow. During the day, I would fight the urge to walk into the woods. I would grab onto a fence post and hold on so tight that my knuckles turned white. But at night, the locket would win. Each night, I would wake up deeper and deeper in the forest. Branches would scratch my arms as I walked. Her voice became clearer. She was calling my name like she was someone who loved me. The locket was burning my skin now. I tried to claw it off, but the metal clasp wouldn't open. I started seeing shapes in the trees. The branches looked like they were twisting in unnatural ways, almost like long fingers reaching out to grab me. There was no way to call for help. The phone line to the junkyard was old and usually full of static. One night, the tug was so hard that it knocked me off balance. I stumbled forward, walking barefoot over sharp roots and rocks. I was deep in the woods now. The moon was shining through the leaves, making the light look like broken glass on the ground. The pull was relentless. I could feel the threads tightening in my elbows and knees. I was being forced to walk over fallen logs that were slippery with moss. Her voice was right in front of me now. It was soft and inviting, and it drew me in like a moth to a light. I tried to turn around and run, but my body wouldn't obey me. My legs just kept marching forward. The forest was completely silent. No bugs were making noise, and no animals were moving. I could only hear my own heavy breathing and the locket pulsing like a heart. I honestly thought I was going crazy. In town, people sometimes talked about folks who went mad and wandered off into mountains, never be seen again. But this didn't feel like sickness. This was a physical hook deep inside me. Finally, I pushed through a thicket of thorns that tore my pajamas. There she was. She was waiting in a small clearing. She was still wearing that red dress, and it looked perfectly clean despite the dirt. But her body looked wrong. Her arms were stretched out, and her fingers were twitching. I saw thin, glinting lines hanging from her fingers. They led directly back to me, to the locket and to my own arms and legs. Her eyes were glowing. She was exactly like the photo in the locket, but she was alive. She was pulling me closer, one step at a time. The threads were humming now. I could feel the vibration in my bones. She had a wide smile on her face, but her eyes were completely empty. I tried to freeze in place, but she tugged harder. I felt a wave of panic in my chest. I grabbed the locket with both hands and pulled as hard as I could. The chain dug into my neck and drew blood, but it wouldn't break. Her voice was whispering in my ear now. She promised me that if I stayed with her, I would never have to work in the junkyard again. She said I would never be alone. The strings got tighter. I could hear my joints popping as she drew me toward her. I fought back with everything I had. I dug my heels into the dirt and screamed, but no sound came out of my throat. I tried to reach for the pliers in my pocket, but I couldn't move my hands that way yet. I clawed at the chain until my fingernails broke. I don't remember exactly what happened next. I think I blacked out. When I woke up, it was dawn, and I was at the very edge of the junkyard. The locket was still around my neck, and my whole body ached as if I had been stretched out on a rack. I limped back to the house. My father was already up, frying eggs on the wood stove. I didn't say a word to him. He would have just thought I was drunk or had a fever, but the tugging didn't stop. Even during the day, while I was stacking old tires, I would feel a jerk toward the woods. My greasy rag was still in my pocket, and it felt like it was snagged on the chain of the locket. That evening, I went into the shed. I grabbed a pair of my father's heavy pliers. The metal was rusted, but the jaws were still sharp. I sat down on a wooden crate, held a lock in my hand, and began to pry at the metal clasp. The locket fought back. It became burning hot, and invisible threads tried to pull my arm away from my body. I fought against the pull, sweat dripping off my forehead, until finally, snap, the chain broke. I didn't wait a second. I threw the locket into the biggest pile of scrap metal I could find. I buried it deep under old car hoods and heavy axles. The pulling sensation went away mostly, but even now, I feel a twitch in my joints. It happens mostly on rainy nights when the wind makes the woods whisper. I have scars on my skin that I can't explain to anyone. They look like very thin, faded white lines, almost like where strings would have been tied around my limbs. My father sold a junkyard years ago, but sometimes I drive past it. I always find myself looking at the tree lane, wondering if she is still there. The wrongness never fully goes away. It sticks to you, just like the motor oil on that old flannel rag. It doesn't matter how much you wash, a part of it stays with you. I live further up the ridge now, in a very isolated house. My screen door squeaks when the wind blows, and I have no neighbors close enough to hear me if I ever needed to yell in the middle of the night. But the silence is what bothers me the most. It feels like the silence is waiting for something. Let me tell you about my wood stove. It's a real thing I can focus on. It is a squat iron box that sits in the corner of my room. The door has a metal hook that rattles whenever the house shakes. I load it with locust wood. It's a very dry and heavy wood, and the bark flakes off of my hands like old skin. When I stir the coals in my metal poker, the smell of ash and creosote is very sharp and biting. The flames are a bright orange that makes shadows jump on my yellow walls. The stovepipe goes straight up through the roof, and the heat warms my feet while leaving the rest of the room cold. Every winter morning, I scrape out the ash pan. The gray dust gets all over my clothes, and I dump it out in the yard. It's a boring ritual, but it's a job that needs to be done. If you let the ash build up, the fire will die. The hinges on the stove door creak in a specific way, a long squeal when I open it and a short click when I shut it. I try to oil them, but the rust always comes back. That stove has cooked my meals and boiled my coffee for a long time, but it doesn't help with the cold feeling I have deep inside. I actually went back and dug up that locker once, many years later. The photo was gone, and the brass was all twisted and ruined. I buried it even deeper the second time. But sometimes when I'm sleeping, my muscles still twitch. I think that's just how my story ends. I spend my nights listening to the trees, and usually the only thing that answers me is a silence. Story tree. This story happened back in 2010. I was at an old bar called a Roadhouse in a place called Viper. It was the kind of place where the wooden floorboards made loud, creaking noises under your boots. The air inside was always heavy and thick. It smelled like cigarette smoke and beer that had been spilled on the ground long ago. I used to go there almost every Friday night after I finished my shift at the lumber yard. I would spend my time playing pool with my friends and drinking beer that didn't taste very fresh because the taps were never cleaned. In the corner of the room, there was an old jukebox. It always played the same tired country songs. The guitars and the music sounded sad, and the lyrics were always about people losing their lovers or having a very hard life. While the music played, people would sit over their glasses and mumble about the coal mines closing or how expensive it was to buy food for their animals. I was in my 40s at that time. My back always ached because I spent all day hauling heavy logs. I was just looking for a way to relax before I had to go back to my lonely trailer deep in the woods. To be honest, those Friday nights were my only escape. I lived a very quiet life. My wife was gone, and my children had grown up and moved away to the big city. The roadhouse was hidden off the main road. It was surrounded by tall pine trees that were so thick they blocked out the view of the stars. The nearest neighbor was a gas station 5 miles away, and its flickering neon sign was the only sign of life for miles. There was no cell phone service out there at all. Your phone was just a useless piece of plastic in your pocket. If you got into trouble, you had to handle yourself or yell as loud as you could until someone inside the bar heard you. Around 9 o'clock that night, she walked in. The door slammed shut behind her with a loud thud, and for a second, everyone in the bar stopped talking. She was a very beautiful woman. She walked with a lot of confidence, and every man in the room watched her as she moved. She was wearing a tight black dress, and her hair was loose and messy, like she had just gotten out of bed. She looked around the room with a slow, calm smile. Suddenly, she looked right at me while I was in the middle of the pool game. I was so surprised that I messed up my shot. I felt like a fool, but she just laughed. She walked over to me and asked if I wanted to dance. My friend started teasing me, but I didn't care. I took her hand. It felt very warm and soft. She led me to the old, scratched-up dance floor. The light bulbs above us were dim and made a soft buzzing sound, like flies trapped in a jar. We started dancing to a slow song. She held me very close, and I could feel her hot breath on my neck. It made my skin crawl in a strange way, even though the air in the bar was very stuffy and warm. At first, it felt nice. It made me feel young and alive again after a long week of hard work and sweat. But then I looked into her eyes. I will never forget it. Her eyes looked like they were burning, like glowing coals in a fire that is almost out. When the light hit them the wrong way, they flickered red. They didn't reflect the light bulbs in the room. Instead, it felt like they were sucking the light in. I blinked my eyes, thinking I'd drunk too much beer, but the red glow stayed there. Her eyes were deep, and it felt like she was looking straight through me. She saw things I had hidden deep inside my mind. She knew about the times I lied to my boss about being late for work. She knew about the big fight I had with my brother over our father's will, the fight where I was the one who hit him first. These were secrets that nobody else knew. But as we danced, she began to whisper these secrets into my ear. Her voice sounded like soft smoke curling around my head. She whispered, "You didn't mean to hit him so hard, did you?" My stomach felt like it was tied in a knot, but I couldn't stop dancing. Her grip on my waist was very firm and strong. The feeling that something was wrong started right there. It was a quiet feeling, like ash falling after a fire's burned out. I want to tell you about the wooden bar top, to help you understand what that place felt like. The bar was made of thick oak wood. It had become very smooth over the years because so many people had rested their elbows on it. The surface was covered in deep marks and initials that people had carved with their pocket knives when they were bored. You could see hearts with names in them or drawings of deer antlers. In some spots, the wood was splintered and rough. The shiny finish on the wood was peeling off and felt sticky from old beer spills. The whole bar smelled like a mix of pine cleaner and old alcohol. I used to rub my fingers over those deep grooves while I waited for a refill. Some of the carvings felt new and sharp, and others were very old and smooth. At night, she leaned against that bar. She used her fingernail, which had chipped red polish, to trace our names in the wood, mine and hers, although she never actually told me her name. She didn't press hard, but she left a mark that I could see later under the bar lights. The bartender, a man named Earl, tried to clean the bar rag that smelled like bleach. But the marks she made didn't go away. They stayed there like bad memories. The bar was just boring, normal piece of furniture with wobbly stools, but it was the heart of the roadhouse. It was where people told stories and made deals. Behind the bar, there was a cooler that made a loud, squeaking sound every time Earl opened it. It was a high-pitched noise followed by a thud when he closed it. I would sit there and look at the patterns in the wood, watching the water from my glass pool on the surface. It was just a piece of wood, but after I met her, touching it felt wrong. It felt like the carvings were whispering back at me. We danced more that night. With every step we took, She seemed to pull more secrets out of me. She whispered, "You stole from the money drawer that one time." Her eyes would glow brighter every time she mentioned one of my sins. I felt like she was hollowing me out, piece by piece. I tried to laugh and pretend I wasn't scared, but inside, I was panicking. It felt like a small fire was starting in my chest, waiting to grow. The rest of the people in the bar became a blur. The music from the jukebox sounded like a low hum. Her eyes were the only thing I could see clearly. When the song finally ended, she traced our names on the bar top and then vanished into the smoke. She went through the door, and it didn't make a sound when it closed. I drove home with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. My truck bounced over holes in the dirt road, and my headlights were the only light in the dark. The woods felt even emptier than usual. It felt like the trees were leaning in toward me. I tried to use my phone to call my brother, but there was no signal. The call ended before it even started ringing. I stayed awake until the sun came up. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her red eyes burn behind my eyelids. For the next few days, those eyes followed me into my dreams. I would wake up in a cold sweat with my sheets all tangled around me. I had a fever that wouldn't go away. I felt empty and weak every morning. I would lie in bed and listen to the branches of the trees scraping against the roof of my trailer. The silence was scary. I had no neighbors nearby to help me. The closest person was Old Man Greer, who lived a mile away, and he always turned his lights off early. My phone was useless, and the screen stayed blank. The next Friday, I went back to the bar. I knew it was a bad idea, but I couldn't stay away. She was there again, moving the same way and smiling the same smile. She pulled me onto the dance floor without saying anything. Her breath felt even hotter than before, and her eyes were a deeper red. She whispered about sins I had committed when I was just a child. She talked about the time I stole apples from a neighbor's tree and then lied to my mother about it. Each secret she told made me feel even more empty inside. It was as if she was scooping out parts of my soul with her eyes. My dreams got even worse after that. The fevers were so bad that I was drenched in sweat. I was all alone in my trailer with no fire in the wood stove. My fear grew slowly, like a fire moving up a hill. I don't know how to explain why I felt so pulled toward her. It was like her eyes had hooks in them, and they were slowly reeling me in. I started seeing her eyes in mirrors. When I looked at my own reflection, I saw a flicker of that red light. I stopped looking people in the eye at work because I was afraid they would see how empty I was. One night, when my fever was very high, I went to the bar in the middle of the week. The parking lot was empty. Only my truck was there, under the buzzing neon light. She was waiting inside, sitting alone at the bar. She was tracing the marks in the wood with her finger. We danced in total silence. Her eyes were burning bright now. She pulled out my deepest secrets, things I had tried to forget. She knew I had cheated on my wife before she left me. She knew about all the guilt I had buried for years. She whispered every single thing until I felt like a hollow shell. When the bar closed, I stumbled out to my truck. I drove home too fast, and the world was spinning around me. I want to talk about my wood stove for a moment. It is the only thing that feels real to me anymore. It is made of heavy black iron and sits in a corner of my living room. There is a metal pipe that goes through the roof, and I use tape to seal the holes. I spend time out back splitting wood with an axe. I love the sharp, fresh smell of the wood. I stack the wood neatly by the door. When I open the stove door, the rusty hinges make a loud groaning sound. It's a long noise when it opens and a sharp snap when it closes. I start the fire slowly. I listen to the sound of the wood popping. The heat feels good on my cold feet. Eventually, the wood turns into gray ash. I have to scoop the ash out with a shovel. The dust gets all over my clothes. I dump the ash in the yard. The smell of smoke is in everything I own, my curtains and even my clothes. It's a boring job to take care of the stove, but it keeps the winter cold out of my house. When I stir the fire, the metal grate rattles. The glowing coals look bright red. They look just like those eyes in the dark. I watch the fire die down at night, and the warmth slowly leaves the room. That woman's eyes reminded me of those hot coals. They felt like they were pulling the heat out of my body. I don't know how to make it stop. I don't go to bars or dances anymore. I don't even like to listen to music. But sometimes, when it is very quiet in the woods, I still hear her voice. I hear her whispering about my old sins. People in town ask me why I won't look at them. I just make up an excuse and walk away. You learn that the mountains keep bad things hidden. On nights like this, my fever comes back. I sit up in the dark and listen to the silence, but the silence just stares back at me. That is my story, and it is why I can't sleep. Maybe telling you this will make the fire in my chest feel a little better. I wonder if those names are still carved into that old bar top. I bet they are. Some scars never go away. Story 4. It was around the year 2016. I was working the night shift at a sawmill located deep in Letcher County. In that place, the air always had a sharp, biting smell of fresh-cut pine wood. You could always hear the loud, heavy rumble of the big saw blades as they chewed through giant logs. I would start my work at sunset and be completely covered in sawdust by midnight. I felt a deep tiredness in my bones, like the way dampness sinks into old, rotting wood. The sawmill was sitting right at the edge of a dark hollow. The machines made a howling sound that filled the night. However, once you stepped away from the bright floodlights, there was nothing but endless trees. Their branches were so thick that they joined together like a ceiling, blocking out the stars in the sky. There was absolutely no cell phone service out there. Your phone was completely useless. The screen would just glow with a blank signal. The nearest neighbor lived about 3 miles away. You could only see the light from their cabin as a tiny pinprick if the thick fog happened to lift. I used to take my smoke breaks out on the loading dock. I would lean against the wooden crates and watch the moss hit the light bulbs. Outside the mill, the silence was heavy and scary. It felt like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. If I am being honest, those shifts were a long, hard struggle. The job paid the bills, but it left me feeling empty inside. My mind would often wander to dark and unpleasant thoughts. That was when I first saw her. She was lurking near the loading dock one night. At first, the shadows played tricks on my eyes, but then she stepped into the light. She was a beautiful woman wearing tight jeans and a faded top. She had the kind of looks that made a man forget all about his tired muscles and aches. She didn't look like she belonged at a sawmill. She didn't have any dust on her. She just had this easy, calm smile, as if she had simply wandered in from a nearby town. She told me she was waiting for a ride that never showed up. She sat near me during my break. She got close enough that her scent hit me very hard. It was a strange smell. It smelled like wild berries that had fermented the wrong way. It was sticky and sweet, but it had a hidden smell of rot and decay underneath it. The smell wrapped around me until my head started to swim. We talked about normal things, the weather and the trucks that were running late. Her laugh was low and warm, but that smell stayed with me. It made me feel strange urges that I kept buried deep inside. I started thinking about pulling her close right there in the sawdust. When my cigarette burned down, she left. She vanished into the darkness, but her smell remained. It seeped into my flannel shirt as if it had claimed me. I drove home that morning, and my truck cab was filled with that smell. The only sound on those winding roads was a static coming from the radio. My home was a small house at the end of a gravel lane. I had a wood stove in the corner, and my wife was already awake, frying eggs for breakfast. But the smell of her cooking turned sour my nose. That rotten berry smell was over everything. It made the breakfast taste bad. I took 2 showers and scrubbed myself with strong lye soap, but the smell would not wash off. It stayed on my skin, in my hair, and even on the towels. My wife asked me if I had spilled some chemicals at work. I just mumbled something about work supplies, but inside, I felt a slow sense of fear. It felt like sap dripping slowly from a cut tree. The scent grew heavier as the days went by. I would catch whiffs of it at the sawmill. It started luring me back to the mill after my shift was over and the machines were turned off. The woods were silent except for the sound of a creek far away. She would be waiting for me sometimes. Her shape seemed to shift and change in the shadows by the dock. That smile of hers always drew me closer. When I breathed in deeply, I would feel dizzy. I started having strange visions. I saw her eating stray animals. I saw people who'd wandered too close, their faces twisting in a thick haze. I tried to tell myself I was just tired, but the pull was getting stronger. The smell was thickening in my truck and in my house. My sleep was full of tossing and turning. Let me tell you about my thermos, though. I need to describe it to show you how real this was. It was made of aluminum and was covered in dents. I dented it the first night I met her because I dropped it when she leaned in close to me. The lid had popped off, and my black coffee spilled all over the dock boards. I had carried that thermos for years. The screw top was worn smooth because I had twisted it open so many times. The inside was stained dark from the bitter coffee I drank at the mill. The handle was made of cracked plastic and was wrapped in black electrical tape that was starting to peel at the ends. It would make a faint rattling sound when I walked because the coffee sloshed around inside. I filled it at the start of every shift. The steam would rise up and the smell of coffee would cut through the sawdust. But after I met her, the thermos became tainted. That smell of rot beneath the berries seeped into the metal. Every sip of coffee tasted sweet and gross, as if the coffee grounds had gone bad. I would rinse it under the water hose and scrub it with a stiff wire brush, but the scent stayed in that dent. The dent collected the smell like a hole in the road collects rainwater. It was just a boring thermos, a simple tool to keep me awake, but it grounded me. I had a ritual of pouring and sipping while I watched the logs go through blades. The lid made a gritty sound when I screwed it on. Turn, turn, click. I dropped it again later, making the dent even deeper, but I kept using it. The metal felt cool in my hand until the coffee warmed it up. Now, even when it is empty, a bad smell comes from it. The rot is hiding in the seams. The nights started to blur together. The scent called out to me. My truck would start almost on its own, and I would find myself driving back to the mill. The gates were chained shut, and nobody was there, but she would be waiting. The smell pulled me like a rope. When I inhaled her scent, the visions got even stronger. My head would spin, and I would see her form changing into something wrong. She would lean in, and her breath smelled like fermented sweets. I would stumble back home before the sun came up, while my wife was still sleeping. But now, my entire house smelled like her. Even the pies my wife baked in the oven made my stomach turn. I don't know how to explain the isolation I felt. My house was all alone in a hollow. The trees crowded the yard, and their leaves made a faint rustling sound. But underneath that sound, the silence was so heavy it felt like it could crush a person. My nearest neighbors were down the ridge. I could hear their dogs barking far away on clear nights, but I had no cell service to call them. I would sit on my porch with that scent clinging to me, staring into the dark and wondering if she was out there watching me. One night, the situation reached a breaking point. I drove to the sawmill, feeling like I had a high fever. The smell was as thick as fog inside my truck. She was standing by the dock, and her body looked blurry in the moonlight. She pulled me close. I took a deep breath, and the visions hit me like a physical blow. I saw stray animals being eaten. I saw bones being picked clean in the shadows. I felt myself starting to fade away. The wrongness was thickening in my lungs like black tar. I bolted. I ran to my truck and roared away from the mill. I rolled all the windows down to try and air out the cab, but the scent was stuck. It had seeped into everything, my clothes, the truck seats, and even the pipe of my wood stove. My wife noticed the smell. We started having terrible fights because she thought I was seeing another woman. One morning, I took all my work gear out into the yard and burned it. The flames licked at my flannel shirts and jeans, and the smoke was thick and black. But on windy nights, the smell would still drift in from the trees. The dread grew slowly. It felt like sap hardening on the bark of a tree, trapping you in place. I eventually quit my job at the sawmill. I took a daytime job at a feed store in town. But even now, the smell hits me when I don't expect it. A breeze through the pines or a customer's perfume will suddenly smell like rot. The visions flicker in my mind, and I see her shifting shape, waiting for me. My home feels wrong now. My wife eventually left me. She said she couldn't stand the smell of rot that stayed on me. Now I am all alone with the silence. The trees are pressing in on my yard, and I still have no signal to call my family. In the winter, I sit by my wood stove and feed it logs, but the warmth does not chase away the chill in my soul. I guess that is just how it is out here. The wrongness finds you and sticks to you like tar. On nights like this, the smell comes back. I wake up sniffing the air, my heart pounding in my chest. When I check the room, she is gone, but I know it is still there. Let me talk about the wood stove for a while. It is what keeps me going these days. It is a big hunk of cast iron in my living room. It is black with soot, and the door latch is loose because I have pulled it open so many times over the years. I haul in pieces of oak, wood from the pile outside. The bark feels rough on my hands. I stack the wood neatly by the fireplace where the dust collects. When I light the fire, I use crumpled newspaper and small sticks. The match makes a sharp flare in the dark room, and the flames catch with a whoosh sound. The metal pipe rattles as it gets hot. The smell with smoke fills the room, and it seeps through the seams until the room starts to warm up. Every week, the ash pan fills up with fine, gray dust. I slide it out and dump in my garden. The dust gets all over my boots. It is a boring job to take care of the stove. I have to scrape the coals with a metal poker that is bent at the tip. The hinges make a squeaking sound, a low groan when I open it and a thud when I close it. I try to oil the hinges, but the rust always comes back because of the damp air in the hollow. That stove has boiled my water and dried my wet socks, but the heat disappears quickly at night. It leaves cold spots of the house that the wrongness seems to fill. The scent from the mill echoes in my dreams. It tries to lure me back to that loading dock. I avoid eating berries now, even they're fresh. I know that rot is hiding underneath the sweetness. People in town ask me why I'm always sniffing the air. I just shrug and don't answer. But on windy nights, the smell hits me. It comes from the trees, a heavy silence broken by the whisper of sweet decay. I don't know how to get rid of it. I tried burning sage once, but I just laughed at myself. That kind of wrongness sticks to these valleys. You either learn to live with it, or it takes you away. I think my wrongness is here to stay. It keeps me awake at night. My old thermos sits on the shelf, gathering dust. Its dent looks like an eye staring at me. That is my memory. You can believe it or you can leave it. But if you are ever on a back road and you smell berries has gone bad, do not stop. Just drive on. Chewy flower. I think people around here do not care much for tall tailies. But what I am about to tell you is not a story. It is a memory that is stuck in my mind like a bone in my throat. It keeps me awake at night when the wind blows through the trees. I am an old man now. I live deep in a holler, a narrow valley near Stanton, Kentucky. Out here, the hills are so close together that the sky is just a small line above the trees. My house is old and shaky. The logs are gray from the weather. I have a wood stove that has seen better days, and a porch that sinks under its own weight. My nearest neighbor lives 4 miles away down a dirt path. To get there, you have to go past thick bushes and cross rickety wooden bridges that creak under your feet. There is no cell phone service here. You're completely cut off. There is only the heavy silence of the woods, where every snapping twig sounds like a warning. That kind of silence can make a man lose his mind, or maybe it just lets the wrong things get closer to you. In 1998, something happened to me down in the Red River Gorge. I was fishing, minding my own business, when something wrong latched onto me. It has not let go of me yet. It all started on a sticky morning in July. The heat was building slowly, and the air felt heavy, like rain that was too lazy to fall. I woke up in the dark. My sheets were tangled around my legs. I lay there for a minute, listening to the silence outside. There were no cars and no voices. I only heard the faint rustle of leaves. I got out of bed, and my joints popped like dry branches. I walked to the kitchen. I lit the wood stove using some newspaper and small sticks. The match made a loud scratching sound in the quiet house. The flames caught with a whoosh and sent shadows dancing on the walls. I put the coffee pot on the stove. I heard the metal clanging against the grate. While the coffee was brewing, I fried some eggs in a pan. The grease popped and splattered, and the yellow yolks were runny. I ate my breakfast while standing by the window. I stared out at the mist hanging over the valley floor. I washed the food down with black coffee. It was bitter and hot enough to burn my tongue. I tied my boots tight. The laces were old and falling apart. I buttoned my red flannel shirt. It was missing a button on the sleeve from when I was hauling firewood last spring. I grabbed my fishing pole and my tackle box. I dug some worms out of the dirt pile in the back. Their bodies felt cool and wiggly in my hand. I packed a cooler with some soda and a ham sandwich. Then, I went to my old Chevy truck. The engine groaned when I turned the key, and a puff of blue smoke came out of the exhaust. I drove down the twisting roads toward the gorge. The gravel crunched under my tires, and I saw the eyes of deer glowing in my headlights before they ran away. The trailhead was empty, just like it always was. No one else came out this far on a weekday. I put the pole and the cooler on my shoulder and started walking down the path. The trail was steep and the rocks were loose. I slipped a couple of times and cursed under my breath. The woods were thick. Branches hit my face and the leaves were wet with dew. Sweat ran down my back and my shirt started sticking to me. As I went deeper into the gorge, the air became cooler and the sound of the creek got louder. The gorge is not a place for weak people. The cliffs are very high, the water is deep, and the trees are so tall that they block the sun. It feels like it is always evening in some spots. There was no one around for miles. If I hurt myself, I had no way to call for help. I found my favorite spot where the creek turns. The water there is dark and still. I set my cooler down and put a worm on my hook. I cast a line into the water. I sat on a flat, rough rock and opened a soda. I listened to the fizzing sound and felt the bubbles on my nose. I waited. The tip of my fishing pole moved a little bit every now and then. The water made a steady, gurgling sound. Hours passed by. The sun went higher, but the shade kept me cool. Some fish nibbled on the line, but nothing bit hard. Then the mist became thick. It rolled up from the water, white and heavy. It made the world feel small and muffled all the sounds. That is, when she stepped out from the trees. She was as silent as smoke. She was a tall woman with straight, dark hair. She wore a faded cotton dress that hung loose on her body. Her lips were painted a very bright, bold red. It looked strange against her pale skin. She smiled, raised her hand, and called out to me. "Nice spot," she said. "Do you mind if I share it with you for a while?" Her voice was clear and soft. She had a mountain accent. I felt something strange in my stomach, a feeling that something was wrong. It felt like the mist had brought her there. But I shouted back, "Come on then." She walked through the shallow water. The water stayed calm around her legs. She sat down beside me. She was so close that her arm brushed against mine. We talked about the trails in the area. She said her name was Lila. She told me she was from a valley I did not know. Her eyes looked very deep, and she smelled like damp leaves. Suddenly, she kissed me. Her lips were as cold as a creek in winter. As she pressed her lips against mine, a chill ran through my whole body. It felt like my veins were turning to ice. My heart started to beat very slowly. When she pulled away, she was smiling. "Sweet as honey," she whispered. I sat there, frozen. The cold feeling in my body faded away very slowly. We talked a little more, and then she stood up to leave. "Will you be here tomorrow?" she asked. I simply nodded. I hiked back out the gorge feeling dazed. I drove home in a fog. That night, the cold feeling returned. I made the wood stove very hot, but it did not help. I slept very poorly. The next day, I felt a powerful craving. I went back to the same spot. She was waiting for me. This time, the kiss lasted longer. The cold went deeper into my body. When I got home, my fingers felt numb. The days started to blur together. I visited her every day. Every time she kissed me, the cold became stronger and the numbness spread further. My legs felt heavy and my heart felt like it was struggling to beat. I tried to stop myself from going. I tried to stay home and do chores all day, but the craving always won. My isolation made it worse. I had no neighbors to talk to and no phone signal. There were only the silent trees. One morning, I arrived early and hid in the bushes. I saw her with another man. She kissed him, and I watched as he began to freeze. She dragged him under the water. He did not fight back because he was too cold to move. I ran away as fast as I could. I went home and locked all the doors, but the cold was inside me now. It throbbed in my chest. My shirt even felt like it had frost on it. If I'm being honest, I broke down. I took a knife and cut my own arm. I did it because I wanted to feel the warmth of my own blood. I wanted to feel pain just to know I was still alive. But the cold stayed. I eventually went back to her. I had more kisses. My body became weaker and weaker. I went to see doctors, but they told me nothing was wrong with my heart. Yet, I can still feel the cold pulsing inside me. To help you understand how my life feels now, I think about my mornings in the kitchen. The sound, the screen door hinges squeak, high, then low, then high again. The smell, the old grease in the cast iron skillet smells like years of cooking. The sight, the coffee steam fogs up the windows while the eggs fry. The feeling, the floor tiles are curling the edges and the dust dances in the sunlight. All of these things are normal and real, but the craving for her is endless. The scars on my arms ache. The wrongness of that summer never went away. I wonder if she was real or if my mind played a trick on me, but the scars tell me she was real. I can still feel her cold kiss. The trees are still watching me, and the cold still flows through my blood.
Story 6.
I reckon you might think I am just an old fool who is haunted by his own mind. But this memory from 2007 still sits very heavy on me. It feels like a stone in my stomach that will not pass. It keeps me staring at the ceiling when the moon is high and the valley goes quiet. I am in my 70s now, and my body is worn down from many years of hard living. I am staying in this little shack near Berea, Kentucky. Here, the hills fold in very tight, and the trees stand tall as if they are listening to everything you say. The house is not much to look at. It is made of logs patched with tin. I have a wood stove that I fill with oak wood to fight the damp air. My bed has springs that poke through the mattress. My nearest neighbor lives far down the road. It is a good hour-long walk, but the creek is low. Cell phone service is impossible out here. There are no bars on the phone, and no way to call for help if trouble comes to your door. The silence of those woods is very heavy. It swallows every sound. It makes you feel cut off from the rest of the world. You are alone with whatever wrong things might be hiding in the shadows. That is how it was in the Daniel Boone forest that year. I was out picking ginseng, and something found me that has not let go. It is a taste that turns my stomach even now. It was early October. The leaves were crunching under my feet. The air was sharp and smelled like the forest floor was starting to rot. Ginseng season was at its peak. Those woods were selling for a lot of money in town, so I was out every day. I was digging for those twisted little plants. I woke up that morning to the gray light coming through the window. I heard a rooster crowing far away. I rolled out of bed and my feet hit the cold floor. I walked to the kitchen and lit the wood stove with a match. The flame was very bright in the dark room. I put a pot of water on the stove for oatmeal. The metal made a loud clanging sound. I stirred in some sugar and ate it while it was hot. I washed it down with coffee that was as black as tar. I wiped my mouth and tied my boots. The leather was cracked and the soles were full of mud from the day before. I buckled my old belt. The leather was soft from years of use, and the metal buckle was dull because I had rubbed it with my thumbs so many times. I put the belt in the usual hole and grabbed my canvas sack and my tools. I headed out to my truck. The engine coughed before it started. My headlights cut through the mist as I drove the bumpy roads to the forest. The radio played country music until the signal faded away. I parked at the edge of the woods where the pavement ends. I hiked deep into the forest. The path wound through thick bushes and oak trees. Thorns caught my pants, and my hand got scratched as I pushed branches out of my way. The forest was huge. There were cliffs hidden in the fog and small creeks making a low sound. No one else was around. It was too far for normal people to walk, and there was no cell signal if you got lost. I was on my knees in a shady spot, digging carefully around a plant. The roots were coming up looking like knobby old man. That is when she appeared. She stepped out from the bushes. She was swinging a basket, and her feet were very light on the leaves. She was a beautiful woman with skin browned by the sun. Her hair was tied back loosely. Her dress had dirt on it, like she had been working outside all morning. She smiled and said, "Do you have a good haul? Try these berries. I just picked them." Her voice was very pleasant, but the air suddenly felt wrong. It felt like the forest had gone completely still. I took a handful of the berries. They were plump and dark. I put one in my mouth and chewed. It tasted like ash. It felt like smoke was filling my mouth. A bitter taste coated my tongue. It felt like a deep regret that would not go away. I spat a little bit, and my face twisted from the taste. She laughed softly and said, "They are special. Have another one. You'll get used to it." She fed them to me one by one. Her fingers felt very light on my chin. As I ate, she made me talk. I told her about my life in the valley. I told her about my family members who were gone. I told her about the lonely nights I spent by the stove. I swallowed the berries, and the taste of ash became stronger. My stomach started to feel uneasy. We eventually said goodbye. I hiked back out of the woods, but the taste stayed on my tongue. When I got home, I tried to eat supper. I had beans and cornbread, but they tasted flat. I could only taste the ash. The water from the tap tasted like rust and metal. I slept very poorly that night. I had dreams about smoke. The next day, I felt a strong craving. It pulled me back to the woods. I tried to ignore it. I tried to fix a fence. I hammered nails into the wood. But by noon, I was walking back to my truck. I found her in the same spot. She gave me more berries. The ash taste was even stronger now. My regret felt sharper. We talked more. I told her stories from my childhood and about how my mother had died. That night, my stomach was tied in knots. I felt a low pain. On the third day, it was the same. Berries and stories about lost love. On the fourth day, I told her about how hard I had worked my whole life. The taste became very sour. Normal food had no flavor at all. I started to lose weight. I had to pull my belt tighter. The leather creaked as I moved it to a new hole. Being alone made it much worse. There were no neighbors to see that I was getting sick. There was no phone signal. The trees were the only witnesses. I started to have strange visions. I saw her face hovering over shadowy figures. I saw berries bursting out of human skin. I vomited a dark green fluid. I tried to stop going to woods. I stayed in bed for a week feeling very sick, but the craving won again. I went back. This time, the berries tasted like a mix of blood and ash. The visions became very clear. I saw people who had been lost in the woods. I saw them being eaten. I saw berries growing out of their bones. I vomited blood. If I am being honest, this all happened slowly. It was like a bad batch of moonshine fermenting. I thought about using a knife on myself to make the pain stop, but I did not. I went to a doctor in town. He said, "Maybe you have an ulcer." He ran tests, but they found nothing. The berries kept calling to me. During our last meeting, she grinned and said, "You are all mine." I ran away as fast as I could. To prove to you that I am not a machine, and that this is real, let me tell you about my morning in the kitchen. This is a normal routine, but it is all I have. The screen door on my back porch has hinges that squeak in a very specific way. It goes high pitch, then a long low groan, then high again. It happens every time the wind moves it, or I go outside to get wood. It slams shut with a loud whack. In the spring, bees fly against the mesh and buzz loudly. My cast iron skillet stays on the stove. It is very heavy. The bottom is covered in old grease from frying sausage. That smell of lard and burnt food stays in the air. It soaks into the wooden spoons and the rags by the sink. When I heat it up, the grease crackles. It spits hot drops that burn my skin if I am too close. The handle is smooth from my father's grip and my own. The metal starts cold but gets warm slowly. The coffee pot bubbles on the burner. Steam fogs up the window glass. The water drops run down the pane and sit on the dusty windowsill. The floor tiles are scuffed from my socks. The edges are curled up from years of cleaning. I see crumbs in the cracks. I crack eggs on the edge of the pan. The shells go into a bucket. The whites hiss when they hit the hot grease. The yellow yolks spread out before I break them with my spatula. The sink water sputters when I turn it on. It is cold at first, then it gets warm. The soap makes white bubbles. I rinse my plate and watch the water go down the drain. The pots make a clanging sound when I put them in the cabinet. The sound echoes off the tin walls. The curtains are yellow from smoke and grease. No matter how much I scrub them with soap, they never get clean. This daily routine is boring, but it is the only thing holding my life together when the world feels like it is turning into ash. After the first visions, I stayed away for 3 days. My body was shaking. I kept the bucket by my bed because I was so sick. But the craving was like a deep hunger. I went back at sunset. The trail was dark, and I was stumbling. She was there with a full basket. She asked, "Did you miss the taste?" I ate a handful of berries. They tasted like rot mixed with ash. I told her my deepest secrets and the things I was ashamed of. That night, I had visions all night long. I saw people screaming. I saw her teeth tearing into them. I saw red berries growing out of their wounds. I vomited blood that had little spots in it. My belt was now 2 notches tighter. My pants were very loose on me. I tried to burn the taste out of my mouth by drinking very hot coffee, but it did not work. I went to the doctor again. He did a blood test and said, maybe it is a parasite. The medicine he gave me did nothing at all. I went back to the forest. I ate the berries and saw the feast again. I vomited red blood. My hand shook as I held a knife. I thought about trying to cut the taste out of my own tongue, but I was too afraid. The last time I saw her, she whispered, "The seeds are planted." I dropped my sack and ran away. I went home and did not eat anything. I lost so much weight that I was on the very last hole of my belt. The vision started to fade away very slowly. Many years have passed now. The taste is faint, but it is still there. Every meal I eat has a little hint of ash in it. I moved even deeper into the valley. The trees are closer to my house now. The silence is so loud it makes my ears ring. I have no visitors and no phone. At night, the taste wakes me up. I see the visions again. Something wrong has grown inside me. My pulse feels like ash. If I am being honest, I think part of me turned into something else that day. The forest still calls to me sometimes. Please stay on the marked trails. My belt hangs very loose on my waist. The taste will never leave.
So sad.
I believe that some memories are like roots buried deep in the ground. They do not show much on the surface, but they hold on very tight. They pull at you when you do not expect it. They keep you from resting easily at night. I am an old man now. I am tired and I move slowly. I live by myself in a weathered cabin. It is tucked far back in a holler. a narrow valley near Jackson County, Kentucky. Here, the hills rise up very sharp and steep. The trees form a thick wall that blocks out the rest of the world. My house is very simple. It is nothing to brag about. The logs are held together with clay that is old and cracking. I have a wood stove that I take care of like an old friend. I feed it pieces of hickory which defy the cold air that leaks through the floorboards. My kitchen has shelves that sag because they are heavy with jars of canned beans and peaches from past summers. My nearest neighbor lives 9 miles down a gravel road. To get there, you have to pass through creeks that overflow when it rains. You have to walk through thick bushes that catch on your clothes. There is no cell phone service out here. Your phone is just a useless piece of plastic and metal. There is no way to call for help if the night turns bad. The silence of the woods is very heavy. It feels like the trees are pressing in close to the house. The woods swallow every sound. It makes you feel completely alone. You're alone with whatever wrong things might be hiding in the dark shadows. That is how it was for me back in 2014. I was hitchhiking home from a job. That ride turned into something that goes against the natural way of the world. It was a glide that started with a wink. Now, it still pulls me upward in my dreams. It is a wrongness that will not let go of me, no matter how hard I try to stay on the ground. It was the middle of May. The air was warm, but it felt cool as the sun went down. I was finished doing a welding job on a bridge. I had been making sparks fly until my eyes burned behind my safety mask. My truck had broken down a few days before because the alternator stopped working. I had no choice but to stand on the side of the highway as the sun set. I held my thumb out under a street lamp. The lamp was flickering and making a buzzing sound like angry bees. Cars and trucks roared past me. The wind hit my face, and the headlights were very bright. No one slowed down for a long time. Finally, a rusted old car, a sedan, slowed down and stopped. Its headlights were dim, and the front of the car was dented. The passenger door creaked as it opened. There was a woman inside. She had long legs stretched across the seat. She winked at me with a smile. "Do you need a ride?" she asked. "I am going that way anyway. Jump in." Her voice was very pleasant and soft. It seemed to draw me toward her. But the car felt strange from the moment I sat down. The air inside felt too still and too quiet. I climbed in. The vinyl seat was torn and sticky from the heat. The dashboard was cracked in patterns that looked like spider webs. It was covered in my old fast food wrappers from lunch. There was a greasy bag from Wendy's and a sticky cup holder from a soda spill. I pushed the trash to the floor to make space for myself. She stepped on the gas, and the car moved smoothly. We drove through the curving roads of the hills. The tires made a whispering sound on the pavement. Outside the windows, the darkness became very thick. We talked as we drove. We talked about how there were no jobs left and how the mountains seemed to keep people trapped. We talked about small things to pass the time, but her movements were very strange. She would glide across the long seat to fix the air vents. Her body did not lean or shift weight like a normal person's body should. Her feet were hovering just above the floor of the car. They were not resting on the floor mats at all. I looked down and my heart started to beat fast. I told myself it was just a bumpy road. I told myself that the shadows from the passing lights were tricking my eyes. We came to a stop sign. The car was very quiet. She floated toward me. Her body lifted slightly off the seat. Her feet were dangling in the air. She whispered softly in my ear, "You look like life is weighing you down. Let me help you rise above it." Her words hit me hard. Suddenly, my spirits felt very high. I felt an unnatural lightness in my chest. All my worries felt very far away and very small. The stop sign was clear, and she glided back to her side of the car. Her feet were still in the air. She drove on with a little laugh that sounded very strange. She dropped me off at the entrance to my valley. She winked one last time. "Take care," she said. "I hope you have light dreams." I walked the dark path to my house. My steps felt very bouncy, like I was walking on a trampoline. That night, I lay in bed. The weightlessness started slowly. My body began to drift upward. The sheets fell away from me. I was getting closer and closer to the ceiling. I panicked and waved my hands in the air. I snapped back down onto the bed and breathed very fast. Morning came, and I tried to tell myself it was just a very real dream. But all day, I felt a strong craving for that ride. It felt like an itch under my skin that I could not scratch. I finished my work early and went back to the road. I stood there with my thumb out. The rusted car appeared out of the dark. It pulled up perfectly. I got in. She gave me the same wink and the same ride. During the ride, she floated a chains of music tape. Her feet stayed in the air. She whispered to me about temptations. She told me to leave my hard life behind. She told me to float away from my pain and rise above the valley. My spirits felt so high, I laughed easily. The whole world felt light. But when I got home, the drifting was worse. That night, I bumped against the ceiling beams. It felt like an invisible rope was pulling me upward. I began to feel very afraid. If I am being honest, the fear arrived very quietly. It was like mist rising from a creek in the morning. It was cool and slow. It wrapped around me before I even noticed it. I tried to stop the floating by using heavy blankets. I piled them on top of me in bed. But the drifting happened anyway. The blankets just slipped off as I rose into the air. I remember those fast food wrappers on her dashboard. She had brushed them aside in midair. Her hand moved without any effort. She did not seem to care about gravity. I tried to tell a friend at work about it, but the words sounded stupid. I stopped talking in the middle of my sentence. My isolation made the problem bigger. I had no cell phone to look for answers. My neighbors were too far away to talk to. The trees were silent and did not help me. By the end of the week, the floating was terrifying. I would wake up with my nose pressed against the wooden beams of the ceiling. My arms would hang down toward the floor. My heart would hammer in my chest as I climbed back down to the bed. I went to the hardware store in town. I bought heavy metal chains. The links were as thick as my fingers. The metal felt very cold in the bag. That night, I wrapped the chains around my ankles. I tied them to the legs of the bed. At first, the weight made me feel safe, but the pull was very strong. The chains rattled loudly as they were pulled tight. My skin was rubbed raw and turned red as I tried to lift off the mattress. I screamed into my pillow, but the sound was lost in my empty cabin. I went to a doctor's office the next week. I did not tell him the truth. I told him I had a dizzy spells. He nodded and said it might be an ear problem or stress. He ran tests, but everything looked clean. He gave me pills to help me sleep. Those pills only made the dreams more real. In my dreams, she was always gliding toward me and pulling me upward forever. I tried to avoid the highway. I walked for miles to get to work instead. But the craving for the ride was like a hunger. In my dreams, I saw our car rolling up to me. I heard her whispers and felt the pull. One evening, I hate to ride one last time. I got into the car and looked at her. What is happening to me? I asked. This is not right. She glided close to me. Her feet were hovering. She whispered, "It is called freedom. You should just let go." I was so scared that I pulled the door open while the car was moving. I jumped out and rolled on the ground. I felt my skin scrape against the road. I ran into the bushes as she drove away. I never hit your ride again after that. But the pole did not leave me. I still felt gentle tugs while I slept. I still had moments where I felt weightless. To show you that my life is real, let me describe my morning coffee. This is a very boring routine, but it is real. The screen door of my kitchen has hinges that squeak in a special way. It makes a high sound, then a long low groan, and then a high sound again. It sounds like a broken machine every time I push it open. I go outside to get water from a pump. The door slams back with a loud slap. The mesh screen buzzes for a second. I step inside and the floorboards creak under my feet. I light the wood stove. The small sticks crackle as the fire starts. The heat builds up slowly. I have a cast iron skillet, but I use a metal pot to make coffee. I fill it with cold water from the well. I scoop in the dark coffee grounds. The pot makes a clanging sound on the stove. The water bubbles steadily. The steam makes the window glass foggy. Drops of water run down the glass and sit on the dusty windowsill. I hold my chipped ceramic mug. It feels warm in my hands. I pour the black coffee. The steam rises and the smell is bitter but nice. I sit at my old wooden table. I sip the coffee slowly. It is very hot on my tongue. When I get to the bottom, the coffee is gritty. I wash the mug in the sink. The water sputters from the faucet. The soap makes white foam. I rinse the mug and put on the rack to dry. The curtains in the kitchen are limp and yellow from the smoke of the stove. There are grease spots on them that never go away, even when I scrub them with a rag. This is my normal, boring life. It is what I do every morning before I start my chores. It is the only thing that feels steady when the rest of my world feels like it is floating away. The wrongness did not stop when I stopped taking rides. It spread like a weed. I saw her in my dreams, whispering for me to come back. My spirits would lift during the day, and I would suddenly feel very light. But the nights were the hardest. The drifting was very strong. I had to use the chains every night to stay in my bed. One night, there was a big storm. There was loud lightning and rain. The pull was very fierce that night. My chains were pulling so hard that they made a groaning sound. The bed frame was creaking because I was hovering in the air. The rain was hitting the tin roof very loudly. I yelled for help, but no one could hear me. The valley swallowed my voice. The next morning, I had bruises on my ankles from the metal chains. My skin was purple. I tried to pray. I kept the Bible on my nightstand, but the pole did not care. My friends stopped visiting me because my stories were too strange. I was more alone than ever. My phone was just a dead weight. Years passed, and the pole became a little bit softer, but the dreams never stopped. In my dreams, her rusted car always pulls up. She winks at me and invites me in. Her feet are always hovering. Once, I forgot to use the chains. I woke up floating in the middle of the room. I crashed down to the floor and hurt my ribs. Now, I use the chains every single night. I moved deeper into the valley 2 years ago. I am farther away from the roads now. It is very quiet here. There are no rides and no highways, but the feeling is still there. It is a gentle tug while I sleep. It is a wrongness that goes against Guy. It is a glide that stays in my memory. I do not know how to explain it, but it is as real as the scars on my ankles. I think she is still out there on that highway. Her car is rusted, and she is waiting for someone to hold out their thumb. She is waiting under the flickering lights. Stay on the ground. Keep your anchors tight. The dreams will always try to pull you up. Story 8. I think some things you see in life stick to you like tar on your boots. It is very hard to scrape off, no matter how hard you try. This particular memory from the late 1980s still wakes me up in the dead of night. It makes me check every reflective surface and mirror in a house to make sure I am alone. I am an old man now. I have tired eyes and a weary heart. I live all by myself in this quiet holler, a small valley outside of Pineville, Kentucky. In this place, the hills squeeze and close around you, and the trees stand very tall. The silence of the forest is heavy, like a wet quilt draped over your shoulders. The cabin I rent is small and modest. The walls are thin, and the winter drafts sneak through the cracks. I have a wood stove in the corner that I fire up every morning. I use it to boil my coffee and to chase the damp, cold feeling out of my bones. My nearest neighbor lives a good 10 miles down a rough dirt road. To get here, you have to pass over creeks that swell up after it rains and wash out the bridges. As for cell phone service, there is none at all. Your phone is as dead as a doornail out here. There is no way to call for help if the wrongness comes knocking at your door. The silence in the woods presses in on you. It is thick and oppressive. Every time a twig snaps outside, it sounds like footsteps you really do not want to hear. Back in the late 80s, I was a younger man. I was renting a similar cabin even deeper in the woods because it was cheap. I worked odd jobs, mostly logging and clearing land. One night, a terrible storm brought a stranger to my door. What started as an act of kindness turned into something terrifying in the mirrors. It was a reflection that clawed its way out slowly, and it is still cutting at me all these years later. It was autumn. The leaves were turning brown and crunching under my feet. The air was crisp, but it began to feel foul as a storm started to brew. I had been hiking all day. My boots were caked in thick mud, and my body was aching from scrambling over rocks and pushing through thick briars. I was either looking for new work sites or just trying to clear my head. I got back to my cabin just as the sky turned pitch black. Thunder rumbled in the distance like a heavy train coming down the tracks. I fired up the wood stove, watching the flames lick the logs. I decided to hop in the shower to wash off the dirt. The hot water fogged up the mirror over the sink, and the steam rose thick in the small room. I dried myself off and pulled on a pair of jeans and a shirt. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was sharp and insistent, loud enough to be heard over the rain that was now pelting the tin roof. I opened the door, and there she stood. She was drenched to the bone. Her hair was plastered to her face, and her dress was clinging to her body. She was a beautiful woman with wide, pleading eyes. She said, "The storm caught me by surprise. Do you mind if I wait out in here?" Something felt a little bit off, but the rain was pouring down in buckets, so I could not leave her outside. I let her in and handed her a dry towel. We sat by the stove and shared a bottle of whiskey I had on the shelf. The burn of the drink went down smooth. We talked about the weather, the local trails, and how she was from up yonder in the hills. After a while, she excused herself to go to the bathroom. I heard the water running in the sink. A little later, I happened to glance into the bathroom. The mirror was still a bit foggy from my shower, but I saw her reflection, wiping a clear spot in the glass. At first, she looked normal, but then I looked again and everything changed. Her hands in the glass did not look like human hands. They showed talons, long, curved, and sharp claws. I could see them scraping against the inside of the wooden mirror frame. I blinked my eyes hard, and when I looked back, the talons were gone. She came out of the bathroom looking flawless and perfect. She gave me a beautiful smile. When the storm finally passed, she thanked me and left, but she came back the next night. There was that knock again. I let her in, and we shared more whiskey and more stories. She told me about her life spent wandering the hills. She seduced me with her voice and her tales of lost loves. When she went to the bathroom that night, I looked at the reflection again. It was warped and wrong. I saw fangs peeking out from behind her lips in the glass. Yet, when I looked at her in person, she stayed perfect. As the nights blurred together, Her visits became a daily routine. The seduction went deeper. But the mirror started showing me even more horrible things. I saw scales on her skin and those long claws more often. Then, the reflection did something impossible. I saw her image in the glass reach out and scratch my reflection. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain. I looked down at my real arm and I was bleeding. I was being cut by a ghost in the glass. I realized a reflection was clawing its way out of the mirror world and into mine. In a moment of pure panic, I took a hammer and smashed the mirrors. I smashed every reflective surface I could find. The glass shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the shards on the floor showed her face in every single bit of glass. I saw her visage cut and broken in the debris. To prove to you that this is real and not just a dream, I have to tell you about the bathroom sink. It is a memory of a very normal, boring thing that makes a horror feel even more real. There was a bar of cheap soap sitting on the edge of the sink. It was half used and had deep cracks in it from drying out between my shifts at the logging camp. When she used it, the soap would lather very slowly. I would watch the small white bubbles form and then pop quickly in the humid air. The set was plain, like store-bought lye. There were no flowers or fancy perfumes, just a sharp, clean smell. I remember watching her in the mirror while she washed. Her eyes were cold and steady, and her hands moved very slowly. The soap would slip a little bit on the white porcelain basin. The faucet always leaked, making a plink, plink sound that echoed in the small room. The sink itself was stained with orange rust from the well water. The drain would gurgle slowly when you pulled the plug, and sometimes my hair would get caught in the grate. The towel rack was loose on the wall, and the nail was starting to come out of the wood. The hand towel always felt a little bit damp and smelled like old dust. There was a bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling that buzzed quietly when you turned it on. It cast long, strange shadows on the tile floor, which was cracked in the corner where the cabin had settled into the dirt. All of these things were so ordinary. It was just a regular bathroom ritual that happened every day. But that is where the wrongness crept in. The mirror above that rusty sink reflected everything. It showed the truth while she lathered her hands, watching me shatter inside as the reflections turned bad. The wrongness did not stop after I smashed the mirrors. It stayed in every shiny surface. I started seeing faint claws in the windows. I saw them in the metal of the pots and spoons. My own reflection began to change over the days. Lines appeared on my face in the mirror that were not there in real life. When I touched my cheek in the mirror, I would start to bleed in real life. The pain was like being cut by 1,000 tiny razors. I smashed the bathroom mirror first with a hammer from my toolbox. The glass exploded in a shower of sparks and shards. I cut my knuckles as I tried to sweep it all up. I saw her eyes in every tiny fragment on the floor. I put the glass in a bag and buried it deep under a pine tree out back. But at night, the kitchen window would show her reflection again, claws reaching for my throat. I smashed that window with a log from the stove. Then I smashed the glass in the door. I bent every shiny spoon and buried every metal pot. She stopped knocking after that, but the scratches on my skin continued to spread. They looked like spider cracks in glass. I finally drove to town to see a doctor. He told me I had an infection from the cuts. He gave me antibiotics, but they did not help. The wounds eventually turned into raised, white scars. I moved to a new cabin months later, but the very first mirror I saw there showed those same faint talons. I smashed it immediately. I have lived without mirrors ever since. I shave by feeling my face with my hands. I avoid walking near still lakes or creeks where the water acts like a mirror. My friends thought I was going crazy, and they stopped coming around. I have moved from one valley to another, going deeper into the woods each time. In my current house, I have boards over the windows. I allow nothing shiny inside, but when the storms come and the puddles form outside, the reflections in the water still show those claws scratching at the air. I splash the water away as fast as I can. In my dreams, the mirrors are all whole again. I see the claws bursting out of glass to cut me deep. I wake up gasping for air, checking my skin to see if I'm bleeding. The wrongness builds up slowly, like cracks spreading across a windshield. I feel the pulse of that night in my scars. If I am being honest, I think a part of me shattered along with that glass in 1989. The trees seem to whisper about it, and the silence of the woods holds that memory close. The claws are still out there, waiting for me to look into a mirror one last time.
Story 9.
I believe it's been a few years since the terrible floods of 2019, but the memory still feels like an itch under my skin. It feels like something alive is moving inside me. It keeps me scratching at night when the house is silent, and the darkness feels heavy against the walls. I am an older man now, nearly 70 years old. I live all by myself in a forgotten holler, which is what we call a small valley near Harlan, Kentucky. In this place, the hills crowding close and the trees stand very still. Their branches look like long fingers reaching out when the wind blows. My cabin is not much to look at. The logs are worn smooth by the weather. I have a wood stove that I start every morning to pour my coffee and to get rid of the damp, cold air. I have a bed with sheets that always get tangled because I turn and toss all night. My nearest neighbor lives about 15 miles away down a rough gravel road. To get here, you have to pass creeks that overflow after heavy rains. The water often washes away the road, leaving no sign that anyone has ever passed through. There is no cell phone service out here. Your phone is as useless as a rock in your pocket. There is no signal to connect you to anyone. This leaves you completely isolated in the heavy silence of the woods. Out here, every rustle of a leaf sounds like something wrong is moving around. That kind of silence can make a man go crazy. Or maybe the silence just lets the wrongness dig deeper into your soul. That is exactly what happened to me during the floods. I was volunteering at a medical clinic, and I met a woman. Her touch left something under my skin that is still wiggling today. It is a wrongness that started with a simple flirt and has never stopped itching. The floods hit us very hard that spring. The water rose fast in the creeks and turned our valleys into lakes. People lost their homes and their animals to the muddy, rushing water. I had retired from working in the coal mines, but I still remember my nurse's training from when I was in the Army. Because of that, I volunteered to help at the clinic in town. It was a small, square building with a roof that leaked. I spent my days handing out bandages and cleaning medicine, but we ran out of supplies very quickly. The days all blurred together. There were so many patients coming in with cuts from floating trash or fevers from drinking dirty water. I spent my time wrapping wounds with whatever cloth we had left. I kept my stethoscope around my neck. The cord was frayed and worn out from many years of use. I used it to listen to people's lungs, which sounded like they were rattling because of the damp air. One afternoon, while the rain was hammering loudly on the tin roof, she walked into the clinic. Her dress was wet, but she looked perfect. Her skin was flawless, as if she had never lived a hard day in her life. She said she needed a checkup just to be safe. She smiled and flirted with me while I checked her vital signs. Her skin felt very cool under my fingers. Her touch stayed with me long after she left. At first, it was just a tingle, like the feeling of static electricity from a wool blanket. I finished her exam and sent her on her way. But by that evening, the itchy started. I saw tiny red bumps on my arm where she had brushed against me. They were raised and red. I scratched them without thinking much about it. I figured it was just a bug bite. That night at home, the itch became much deeper. The next day at the clinic, she came back. She winked at me and said, "I forgot something." She touched my hand again. Suddenly, the bumps began to spread. I felt a worming sensation under my skin. I do not know how to explain it properly, but it felt like parasites were hatching inside me. It felt like they were digging from her pores into mine. I scratched harder until my skin was raw and bleeding. At night, the bumps would pulse. They had a rhythm like a heartbeat, but it was not my heartbeat. I started hearing her voice in my head. She was whispering to me, telling me to surrender and let them in. I felt a strange pull toward the flooded parts of the valley. I took a pair of tweezers and tried to dig the things out of my skin. Even now, the scar is it forever. To prove to you that this is all real, I want to describe my evenings in the kitchen. These are very normal, boring moments, but they're the only things that feel real when my skin is crawling. When the sun goes down, the wood stove begins to die out, leaving only glowing embers. My coffee sits cold in the mug. My cast iron skillet hangs on the wall. It has a heavy smell of old grease that stays in the air and clings to curtains. When I cook, the heat makes the grease pop and spit. The handle has a groove in it where my thumb has rested for years. I can hear the hiss of eggs frying and the sound of the yolk breaking. The linoleum floor is sticky under my feet and curls up at the edges. The sink has a constant drip and the soap is dry and cracked. When I move my pots, they make a clanging sound that echoes off the walls. The curtains are faded and have grease spots on them. I have a scrub brush, but the stains never seem to go away. These are the boring, everyday things that remind me I am still human, even though my scars are pulsing. If I am being honest, the horror moved into me slowly. While the clinic was busy and the floods got worse, she came to see me every day. She would flirt and she would touch me. Every time she touched me, the bumps and the worms went deeper. The voice in my head kept telling me to surrender. The pulses at night felt exactly like her heartbeat inside my body. I felt like I was being called to the hollow parts of the land. I used my phrase stethoscope to listen to my own skin. Through the earpieces, I could hear the sound of things crawling and wiggling inside me. It was very loud. It was a wrong kind of burrowing. The itch is eternal. After that first touch, I went home and tried to use a healing salve, but it did not help. The bumps grew and felt like they were moving. When she touched my shoulder at the clinic, the itch spread to my chest. I scratched until I broke my skin. The voice kept whispering, "Come to me." I tried to resist, but I felt drawn out into the dark. I went to the flooded areas and stood in the water. I saw her there. I felt like she was spawning more of these things into the world. I went home and used tweezers to pull a wiggling thing on my arm. There was so much blood. The scars turned red and stayed that way. The voice never stopped urging me to give up. Eventually, the clinic closed because the floods were so bad. She waited for me there one last time. She gave me a final touch that felt like it reached my very core. The crawling sound of my stethoscope became so loud that I panicked. I dug deep into my skin, leaving many scars. Eventually, the flood ended and she disappeared, but the itch stayed behind. Now I live in this holler with the silent trees. On dark nights, I can still feel the pulse calling to me. I believe the wrongness has taken root in the soil here. I reckon the floods are what brought her to us. My advice is to stay dry and stay away from the water. The scars will never stop itching, and the wrong things are still under the surface. I keep my tweezers by the bed. Every time it rains, the pulsing gets stronger. I scratch until I bleed, but the things inside me just burrow deeper. I am alone with the trees and the silence, and a memory that just won't die.
Story 10.
I believe it's been about 4 years since that camping trip in the Cumberland Gap back in 2022, but the memory still haunts me like a bad dream that will not go away. It keeps me awake at night, staring at the ceiling when the wind rattles the shutters. I am getting older now, and my body aches from too many years of hard work. I live alone in a quiet, lonely place called a holler near Pineville, Kentucky. In this place, the hills are very close together and the trees are very thick. The silence here is heavy, almost like it is holding back a secret or scream. My cabin is very simple. The logs are worn gray by the weather. I have a wood stove that I start every morning to boil water for my coffee and to warm my cold joints. My bed is old and I've seen better days. My nearest neighbor lives about 20 miles away down a rough gravel road. To get here, you have to pass creeks that are very cold and deep. There is no cell phone service out here at all. Your phone is just a piece of plastic in your pocket. This leaves you completely alone with the trees. Sometimes, the quiet feels like it is watching every move you make. That silence can trick you into thinking you are safe. But the woods hide things, wrong things that do not belong. What happened to me on that trip started as a simple camping trip to clear my head. It turned into something that melted parts of my body. It was a wrongness that started with a woman by my campfire. Even now, my body is not fully hardened back. I still feel myself softening whenever it gets hot. I decided to camp alone that weekend because I needed to get away from the noise of the town. I worked at a sawmill and the loud machines were wearing me down. I packed my tent and gear into my old truck and drove out to the Cumberland Gap. I found a spot away from the main path where the ground was soft with pine needles. I set up my tent, but the zipper got stuck half open, just like it always does. As the sun went down, I built a small fire with dry sticks. I sat on a log and watched the flames dance. I was sipping whiskey from my aluminum camp mug. The mug was dented because I had dropped it off a rock on a previous trip. The woods were way too quiet. There were no birds singing and no squirrels moving. There was only the sound of fire and a creek far away. When the darkness became thick, she walked out of shadows. She was a tall woman, and the light from the fire made her skin glow. She wore a simple dress that fit her closely. She sat down by my fire without being invited and smiled. She said, "It is a cold night. Do you mind if I warm up?" Her voice was soft, but the air around her felt too hot. It felt like the heat was coming from her instead of the fire. I nodded and offered her my mug. She took a sip of the whiskey and handed it back. The rim of the mug was scorched black and was very hot, as if she had held against burning coals. We talked about the trails and the woods. She said she lived in a holler nearby. When she leaned close to speak, I saw her body shift. Her skin began to melt just like candle wax near a flame. It dripped slowly onto the logs with sizzling sound, and then it reformed into smooth, perfect skin again. I stared at her, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me because of the smoke or the whiskey. But then she reached out and touched my hand. Immediately, my flesh became soft. It felt like it was melting. My bones began to bend in a way that was not natural, like they were made of warm clay or taffy. I pulled my hand away quickly. She just smiled, stood up, and walked back into the dark woods. That night in my tent, my hand throbbed with pain. It slowly turned back to normal, but it felt weaker, as if it had lost its strength. The next morning, I planned to pack my things and leave. However, I felt a strange pull, or a craving to stay. It was like the melting had planted a seed inside me. Instead of leaving, I hiked the trail and came back to the same spot at sunset. I lit the fire again, and she was already there waiting for me. She sat close to me, again, Her skin shifted and melted, dripping and sizzling on the wood. When she touched my arm, the melting spread. My bones bent easily, and the pain felt warm and almost seductive. By the time the sun came up, my arm had hardened again, but it was even softer than before. On the third or fourth night, I was drawn back to her like a moth to a light. She was leaning in close, and I felt my chest begin to melt. My heart felt like it was throbbing in a soft, liquid way. But then, I saw something that filled me with terror. I saw her with another hiker who had gotten lost. She turned into a full liquid form and flowed over him. She completely absorbed him, and his bones dissolved silently until he was gone. I was filled with horror. I abandoned my tent and all my gear and ran toward my truck. As I ran, my feet were soft. I was leaving melting footprints in the dirt and mud. I reached my truck, started the engine, and drove home as fast as I could. My body reformed while I was driving, but the softness stayed in my flesh forever. If I am being honest, the unease did not go away. It dissolved into my life slowly, like sugar dissolving in the rain. It started as a cozy warmth, but turned into a wrongness that stays deep inside me. Now, whenever it gets hot, the softness returns. To show you that this is real, let me tell you about my daily life. It is very boring, but it is the truth. Every morning, I have to chop wood. My axe handle is worn smooth from years of use, and it is sticky with pine sap. I stack the logs and swing the axe down with a loud whack. The wood splits with a crack, and the pieces fall to ground. I get sweaty, and the smell of fresh oak fills the air. I pile the wood by my shed, but my arms always ache and my back complains. I also have a very specific coffee routine. My screen door has a rusty hinge that squeaks in a rhythm. It goes hollow high. Every time I go out to the porch, I carry an armload of sticks inside and stoke the wood stove. The match makes a loud noise in a quiet room, and the flames grow with a whoosh. I put my percolator on the stove. The water splashes in cold, and I scoop in the dark coffee grounds. As it boils, the steam clouds the window, and droplets run down the glass. I drink my coffee black from a chipped mug. It is hot and bitter. I wash the mug in the sink with bubbly soap and let it dry. These everyday things are the only things that keep me sane. The wrongness did not stop. When I ran away from the Cumberland Gap, it stayed in the heat. In the summer, the sun makes my arms soft and my bones bend slightly. I went to a doctor in town, but he just said I had arthritis. The test showed nothing. I moved deeper into the woods to stay away from the heat. I avoid big fires and I keep my stove very low. I still have that Dennett aluminum mug on my shelf. The rim is still scorched black. If I touch it, my finger becomes soft for a moment. I have dreams where she is glowing and melting, and I wake up in a sweat. I immediately check to see if my bones are still hard. I know that she is still out there in the gap, waiting for lone campers to start a fire. My advice is to never camp alone. Stay in the shade and stay away from the heat. The softness is eternal, and the wrong, melting never truly stops.
Story 11.
I believe it was back in the summer of 2012. During that time, the heat hung very heavy over the mountains. It felt like a wet blanket that you could not escape. I had been driving an old logging truck for almost 20 years. I hauled timber from the areas near Pine Mountain down to the mill in Arlen County. Route 19 is not much more than a winding strip of asphalt. It snakes through small valleys, which we call hollers. In those places, the trees grow so close together that they block out the sky. My name is Earl Jenkins. I live in a small place off a dirt road near Everett's. My nearest neighbor lives at least a mile away through the thick woods. There was no cell phone service out there back then, and even now, the signal is very poor. If you shouted for help, The only thing that would answer you was the echo coming off the ridges of the mountains. That day started just like every other day. My truck was having mechanical problems again. The transmission made a grinding noise that sounded like there was gravel inside it. I was very tired because I had stayed up late the night before. I had been sitting by my wood stove, drinking a cup of black coffee. It was very strong and tasted like it had been boiled for too long. If I am being honest, I was not in the mood to talk to anyone. However, I saw a woman standing by the side of the road just outside of Harlan. She had her thumb out as if she owned the entire highway. She looked young, maybe in her mid-20s. She had long, reddish-brown hair that moved in the breeze. She had freckles on her nose that looked like cinnamon on fresh bread. She was wearing a faded summer dress that fluttered in the wind. It was a simple dress, but it looked nice on her. I decided to pull over. I thought it was the right thing to do. People often hitchhike around here when their cars break down. Leaving a girl like that alone on the road felt wrong. She climbed into the truck cab. At first, she did not say anything. She just gave me a simple smile that made me feel comfortable. She smelled very nice, like wild honeysuckle flowers that bloom along the fences in the spring. "Thank you, sir," she said as she sat down. Her voice was soft and sounded almost like music, but she was not trying to be fancy. We began to talk about small things, the way people do when they are strangers. She said her name was Lily. She told me she grew up in a small valley near Pine Mountain, just like many of us. She asked me about my job and the logs I was hauling. She also asked how the mill was doing. I told her about the work and how the boss always wanted more loads of wood. She nodded her head as if she understood my hard work. She even laughed at my bad joke about my truck being older than the dirt. The miles passed by slowly. The road moved into dark shadows where the sunlight could not reach. We drove past several creeks that were full of water from recent rains. The water rushed over the rocks as if it were in a hurry. Lily talked about her family. She told me how her father used to hunt squirrels in those woods. I told her a little bit about my own family. I told her how my grandfather used to cut wood in these same hills, using mules instead of modern machines. It felt very comfortable to talk to her. It was like talking to an old friend. But then, something strange began to happen. I do not know exactly how to explain it. Her voice started to sound very peculiar. At first, it was so quiet that I thought it was just static from the radio. I also thought it might be the humming of the engine. She would say something like, "These mountains really keep their secrets." A second later, I would hear those same words again. But the sound did not come from her mouth. It was inside my own head. It felt like an echo was bouncing around inside my skull. I tried to ignore it. I thought I was just exhausted from working too hard. I kept driving and gripped the steering wheel a little tighter. The inside of the truck smelled like pine sap from the wood in the back. It also smelled like diesel exhaust, which is a smell that never really leaves your clothes. Lily kept talking. She talked about how the valleys get very quiet at night. She said they get so quiet that you can hear your own heart beating. Then I heard the echo again. It was louder this time. Her words repeated themselves. Quiet at night. Quiet at night. The sound was not a scream, but it was very persistent. It sounded like whispers from people hiding in a corner. I looked over at her. She was still smiling perfectly. Her eyes were looking straight at the road. She did not seem to notice that anything was wrong. We reached a straight part of the road. I tried to change the topic of our conversation. I asked her where she was going. "Just down the road," she said. Immediately the echo hit me. Down the road, down the road. The sound was growing. It was not just repeating anymore. It was multiplying. It sounded like many voices were joining in. My head began to ache. I felt a dull pain behind my eyes. I do not know what was happening. Maybe it was the heat or the fact that I had not slept enough. But everything felt very wrong. It felt unnatural, as if something evil had entered our conversation. Outside, the trees seemed to move closer to the truck. Their branches looked like bony fingers scratching the sky. There were no other cars on the road. Route 19 can be very empty for many miles. This is especially true in the afternoon when people are working or sleeping. The situation got much worse. Lily started to tell small stories. At first, they seemed innocent. She talked about picking blackberries as a child and how the thorns poked her fingers. But the echoes in my head changed her words. They turned her voice into a murmur that felt like it was digging into my brain. Then, the voices were not just repeating what she said. They started saying things about me. They were things I had never told her. For example, the voices talked about something that happened in 1985. I was just a boy then. I had taken $1 from the collection plate at the Baptist church. I felt very guilty for many weeks, but I never told anyone about it. How did she know that? The whispers kept repeating, collection plate, collection plate. You took it, didn't you, Earl? They used my name. How do the echoes know my name? I had never told her who I was. My heart began to beat very fast, like a loud hammer. I pulled at the collar of my shirt. I was sweating even though the air conditioner was blowing cold air. Lily did not stop talking. She talked about the flowers in the valley. But inside my head, her voice sounded like a large crowd of people. They were whispering all the secrets I had buried deep in my mind. They talked about a fight I had with my brother over our father's shotgun. We had said very mean words to each other that day. They talked about the night I drank too much alcohol after work and drove home anyway. I almost crashed my truck into a large oak tree that night. These were things that only I knew. Maybe God knew them, too. The inside of the truck felt smaller, and the air felt thick. I looked at her again. She was still smiling, but now the smile looked scary. It did not look like she was actually happy. I could not handle it anymore. I turned the steering wheel quickly. I pulled into a small rest stop on the side of the highway. It was just a gravel parking lot with a few picnic tables. The woods were surrounding the area. "Get out," I said to her. My voice was shaking more than I wanted it to. "This is not right. You need to leave now." She did not argue with me. She just nodded her head slowly as if she expected me to say that. She grabbed her small bag and stepped out of the truck. Her summer dress moved in the wind one last time as she walked away toward the trees. The echoes did not go away. They followed me. They were quiet at first, but they were very persistent. They whispered my secrets over and over again. I drove home while my body was shaking. The truck made loud noises as it drove over the holes in the road. My home is a small mobile home with a tin roof. It is hidden in the woods. When it rains, the roof makes a ping sound. My nearest neighbor, an old man named Harlan, lives over the hill. You cannot see his lights from my porch. No cell phone worked out there at that time. That night, I tried to forget what happened. I sat down to eat dinner with my wife, Betty. She is a very good woman. She has stayed with me through many difficult times. We ate beans and cornbread. It was a simple meal, but the whispers were still there. They were quiet and stayed in the back of my mind. They sounded like static on a bad telephone line. If I am being honest, that is when the real trouble began. I would lie in bed next to Betty. Her breathing was steady and slow. Usually, that sound helped me fall asleep, but the echoes continued night after night. They were not loud, but they never stopped. They repeated parts of the conversation from the truck ride. They also repeated the things I regretted doing in my life. I would get out of bed and walk around the house. The floors made creaking noises. I would look out the window at the dark woods. The silence outside is very heavy. Sometimes there are no crickets at all. The trees just stand there like guards. It feels like they are listening to everything. Weeks passed by slowly. I went back to work. However, every time I drove down Route 19, I felt very nervous. One day at the mill, I told my friend Ray about what happened. We were eating lunch in the break room. At first, he laughed at me. He thought I was playing a joke on him. But then his face became very serious. "You picked her up outside of Harlan? Did she have reddish hair and a summer dress?" I nodded my head. Ray moved closer to me. He said that other people had seen her before. She had been hitchhiking on that same road for many years. The story was always the same. She was a pretty girl who was easy to talk to. But then the whispers would start. The voices would drive men to become very upset. He told me about a man from the coal camp who had to go to a mental hospital. He kept talking about voices that knew all the bad things he had done. Another man just disappeared into the woods one night and was never found. Ray believed she was not a normal person. He thought she was a spirit from the old stories that grandmothers tell about the mountains. That information scared me very much. I started to avoid that road. Whenever I could, I took longer ways to get to work. But the echoes stayed with me. Some days they were quiet, but other days they were very loud. For example, I would be outside splitting wood. I would hit the logs with my axe. Suddenly, I would hear a voice say, "You took the money, you took the money." It made me drop my axe many times. I want to tell you about the items she left behind. I found a small pack of cigarettes on the seat after she got out. They were Marlboro lights. The pack was half empty. I could see pink lipstick marks on the filters. The color matched her smile. I picked up the pack to throw it away, but the smell stopped me. It smelled a little bit like wild honeysuckle flowers. But underneath that smell, there was a smell of something rotten. It smelled like meat that had been left in the sun for too long. I buried the cigarettes in the ground behind my house. However, sometimes I think I can still smell that scent when the wind blows. Let me describe my kitchen to you. This helps me feel like things are normal. It is a small room with linoleum floors. The floors are worn out because I walk on them with my muddy boots. A cast iron skillet hangs on the wall near the stove. It belonged to Betty's mother. It has a layer of old grease on it. It is not dirty. It is just seasoned from many years of cooking. You can smell the grease when the pan gets hot. It has a smoky smell of bacon fat and fried onions. Sometimes it smells like sweet syrup. The handle is smooth because it has been used so much. There is a small chip in the enamel from when I dropped it once. We do not wash it with soap. We just wipe it with a cloth or use salt to scrub it. If you use soap, you ruin pan. The skillet is very heavy on the stove. The gas stove makes a clicking sound 3 times before the blue flame starts. In the mornings, I stand there and cook eggs. The grease pops and leaves tiny red marks on my arm. They sting for a short time. The smell of the food stays in the kitchen all day. It sticks to the curtains that Betty made from old flour sacks. Those curtains are yellow now because of the smoke in time. That skillet has helped us through hard times when we only had potatoes to eat. It is a real object. It is part of everyday life. It is not like the whispers that make everything feel strange. The feeling of dread grew slowly. It felt like a thick, cold fog moving into the valley at sunrise. I would drive on the roads and feel sick whenever I saw a hitchhiker. In this area, being alone is not a choice. It is just how life is. There is no quick way to get help. You would have to walk a long way to find another person. The trees make everything quiet. They seem to swallow all the sounds. My nights got worse. I would wake up covered in sweat. Betty would ask me what was wrong. I would lie and say I had a bad dream, but they were not dreams. They were the echoes that would not stop. One night, I could not stand the noise anymore. I got out of bed and grabbed my shotgun from the closet. I sat on the porch with the gun on my knees. I stared into the dark woods. Nothing happened, but the whispers laughed at me. They were quiet, and they were making fun of me. Many months passed, and then a year went by. I quit my job as a truck driver. I started working as a mechanic in town. I wanted to be around other people. The echoes became quieter, but they never went away completely. Ray told me more stories about the girl. He said she appears every few years. She hitches a ride and leaves people feeling very confused and sad. Some people say she is a ghost of a girl who died in a coal mine accident in the 1940s. Other people think she is something much older that belongs to the land itself. I do not know what she is. I just know that she feels wrong. It feels like the mountains created something that does not belong in our world. Betty noticed that I had changed. I would get angry about small things. For example, I would get mad if the screen door slammed too hard. The hinges on that door make a squeaking noise. It sounds like, yeah, every time the door moves. It is a high sound followed by a low groan. I have been saying I would fix it for years, but I never do. It is the sound of my home. It is a familiar sound, even if it is annoying, but because of the whispers, even that sound made me angry. Everything made me feel upset. I started going to church more often. I would sit in the wooden seats and listen to the preacher talk about doing bad things and being forgiven. But the echoes would start talking in church, too. They would remind me about the dollar I took from the church many years ago. It made me wonder if I could ever really be forgiven. Now, I am an older man. I am very tired. My truck is gone because I sold it for scrap metal. Betty is still with me, and I am very thankful for her. The sound of her breathing helps me feel better during the quiet nights. The echoes are just whispers now. I can barely hear them, but I know they're still there. They are waiting. I do not know what they are waiting for. If you are ever driving on Route 19 and you see a girl with reddish hair asking for a ride, do not stop. Just keep driving. The bad feeling she gives will stay with you. It will follow you home to your house and stay deep inside you. And that smell, the smell of flowers and rot, it will stay with you, too. I believe that is the end of my story. It is just a memory that keeps me awake. I lie in bed and look at the ceiling, listening to the silence of the woods. Story 12. I think it was back in the summer of 1998, or maybe 1999. Time gets a little blurry when you're looking back at life from the age of 60. My name is Harlan Cooper. I grew up in a small place along the Cumberland. It was not the big part of the river, but the area where the water narrows into small creeks. These creeks flow into the small valleys we call hollers in Whitley County. There were no fancy towns there. There were just a few houses scattered on the hills like prickly seeds that stick to a dog's fur. My Uncle Jed owned a bait shop near the main road. It was a small, square building with a gravel parking lot where trucks stopped to buy worms and small fish called minnows. I helped them out after school. I would sweep the floors or use nets to put bait into bags for fishermen. It was not a big job, but it was better than sitting at home alone with only the wood stove and the heavy silence of the trees outside. Uncle Jed was a very quiet man. He chewed tobacco and spat into an old coffee can behind the counter. The shop always smelled like wet dirt and fish. It had a sharp smell of river water that seemed to soak into everything. People came and went all day. Old men told lies about the giant catfish they almost caught, and kids bought candy bars. We did not have cell phones back then. Even if we did, they would not work in those hills. The signal disappears as soon as you leave the main highway. Our nearest neighbor lived 2 miles away through the woods. To get there, you had to cross a ridge where the path became very muddy after it rained. If you yelled for help, nobody would hear you. You would only hear your own echo coming back wrong, as if the mountains were laughing at you. That afternoon is still very clear in my mind. The sun was beating down very hot. The creek nearby looked like it was shimmering and alive. I was putting glass soda bottles into the coolers. They made a cold, clinking sound as they touched each other. Then she appeared. I did not hear a car pull up. She just walked out from the creek bed. She was barefoot and dripping with water, as if she had been born in the river. She was a beautiful girl. Her eyes looked like polished green jade. They caught the light in a way that made you look twice. She laughed out loud when an old man told a joke about her catching fish with her bare hands. She bought a soda and stayed by the register to talk. She spoke about secret fishing spots up in the ridges where the water is deep and cold. We talked for a short time. She said her name was Mira. Her voice was soft and had a strange rhythm that did not sound like the people from these hills. She asked about the best lures for catching bass, and I showed her some. I felt like a silly kid showing off. Before she left, she pressed a necklace into my hand. "I found this in the water," she said with a smile. "I thought you would like it." It was a simple silver chain with a pendant shaped like a twisted root. It felt very cool to the touch, even though the air was very hot. I thanked her and watched her walk back into the creek. She disappeared around the bend where the willow trees hang low over the water. I wore the necklace home that evening. I felt proud of it, like it was a special gift. Our house was far back on a dirt track that got ruined by the rain. There were no street lights, just the truck's headlights cutting through the dark. I put the necklace around my neck before I went to bed. As I lay there in the quiet, I played with the root pendant. My skin started to itch where the metal touched me. It was a small itch at first, like a mosquito bite. I cannot sleep well, and I thought the trees outside were whispering in the wind. In the morning, I woke up scratching my chest. There were faint lines on my skin. They looked like tiny veins branching out from where the necklace sat. They seemed to pulse quietly under my skin, but I thought I was just imagining it. I ignored it and told myself it was just a rash from the damp river water. Days went by. I helped at the shop, but the itch grew worse. I saw Mira again from far away down by the creek. She was pulling something, or maybe someone, into the deep water. I could not see clearly, but something was splashing before it went still. That night, I tried to take the necklace off. It would not move. It got tighter when I pulled on it. It cut into my skin, and the blood that came out was black and thick like oil. That is when I became truly afraid. The fear was slow, like well water slowly turning bad. I looked in the mirror and watched those black lines spread. They were growing deeper into my body. Everything felt wrong deep in my gut. It felt like something from outside of me was taking control. I want to tell you about the light in the bait shop, so you can imagine it properly. There was a flickering fluorescent bulb above the register. It made a buzzing sound like a fly trapped in a bottle. It was a loud and uneven hum. It made dancing shadows that made the jar of worms look like they were moving more than usual. The light, too, was old and covered in dust and dead bugs. The light was a sickly yellow color that hurt your eyes after a long day. When you turned it on in the morning, it would flicker and stutter before it stayed on. At night, it made the fishing rods look like long, bony arms. The buzzing sound got into your head like a secret code. Sometimes it made a loud pop sound. Uncle Jid always said he would fix it, but he never did. That yellow light hit Myra's face that day. It made her eyes look hollow, and her skin looked like you could see right through it. That shop is closed now, but I still hear that buzzing sound sometimes. It reminds me how a scary story can start with something very normal. The black lines kept spreading. By the end of the week, they reached my arms. They looked like black roots under my skin. I woke up scratching so hard that I bled that black oil. Uncle Jed saw me acting strange at the shop. He asked if I was okay. I told him it was nothing, maybe just poison ivy. But he gave me a look that showed he did not believe me. Old people in this area have stories about things that wash up in the creek after a flood. I think he suspected something was wrong. I felt very isolated then. Our place was cut off from everyone. We did not have a phone that worked, and cell phones were not common yet. The nearest doctor was 30 miles away down a winding highway where the fog is very thick. My only neighbor was an old widow who lived far away through the woods. To get to her, you had to walk through trees that grew so close together that the silence felt like it was smothering you. The branches creaked even when there was no wind. The leaves rustled like whispers I could not understand. I sat on my porch at night and listened to that heavy quiet. I wondered if the wrongness was only inside me or if it was also out there in the woods. I tried to cut the chain with pliers from the tool shed. The metal made sparks, but it would not break. Instead, my skin tore and that black oil came out. It burned like fire, but the silver root pennant stayed very cold. I did not sleep well. I had dreams of roots twisting through the dirt and reaching for the light. I saw Merrigan a few days later. I was down by the creek, getting minnows for the shop tanks. She rose out of the water just like before, but this time her smile was too wide. She did not speak. She just watched me with those green jade eyes. I backed away because my heart was beating very fast. I saw something moving in the water behind her. It looked like a piece of cloth, or maybe it was hair. I did not stay to see what it was. The changes in my body happened faster. The black lines became thick and moved my heartbeat. I felt them moving under my skin like burrowing worms. I started to avoid looking in mirrors, but I could not help peeking once. I saw that my eyes were changing. They were becoming green, just like hers. Uncle Jed finally talked to me one evening. "Boy, what is that on your neck?" he asked. I told him about the girl and the gift. His face turned very pale. He said his father told him stories about creek spirits. These are things that trick people with pretty gifts and then take root inside them. He tried to laugh, but his eyes looked scared. He gave me a bottle of whiskey and told me to drink it and forget. It did not help. That night, the itching turned into a terrible burning feeling. I lay in bed and clawed at my chest. Black blood ruined my sheets. The lines looked like roots now, and they were spreading to my neck. Then Uncle Jed disappeared. We found his truck by the creek with the door open and the keys still inside. There was no sign of him. People said he got confused and walked away, but I knew the truth. I saw a mirror in the water that day. She was wading in the deep part, and she was pulling something heavy behind her. I blamed myself. I should have thrown that necklace back into the water. The roots eventually stopped spreading fast, but they never stopped completely. They moved down to my legs and twisted like vines. The pain came in waves, and black blood came out when I scratched. I lived alone after that. My uncle was gone, and my family had moved away. The house felt empty, and the silence in the woods felt even heavier. There was no phone and no neighbors nearby. It was just me and the wrongness. I tried to drown myself once to make it stop. I walked into the creek and held my breath under the water. But when I came up for air, the necklace felt even tighter. Many years passed. I got a job at a wood mill later in life. I hid the marks on my skin under long shirts, but the mirrors always showed the truth. The roots were like a web on my skin, and my eyes were too green. I saw her one last time many years later. I was driving on the back roads and saw her by the water. She smiled at me and waved. I pulled the truck over and I was shaking, but she was gone by the time I got out of the truck. Now I am an old man. I sit by the wood stove and the fire is low. The necklace still hangs around my neck. It is heavy and cold. The roots have faded a little bit, but I can feel them pulse on quiet nights. I think they are waiting for something, but I do not know what it is. The creek is still there, hiding its secrets, and the silence from the trees is still listening. Do not pick up anything that washes up from the river. Some gifts take much more than they give. That is my story. It still keeps me awake at night. I watch the shadows dance in the light of the stove. The wrongness is still there. It is deep in my bones. Story 13. I believe it was around 2005, give or take a year. My memory is not as good as it used to be, and that is saying a lot considering the strange thing that happened to me. My name is Clyde Harlan. I worked at the coal tipple, the place where coal is sorted, near Boonville for most of my life. I spent my days sorting the heavy black rocks that came rumbling down from my mines. Thursdays were always my longest and hardest days. I would finish my shift covered in dust and feeling very sore. On my way home, I would always stop at a small, dingy diner on the edge of town. It was a kind of place with a flickering neon sign that made a buzzing sound like a group of angry hornets. The parking lot was always full of large semi-trucks with their engines idling. The place was called Ma's Place, although nobody actually knew a woman named Ma who ran it. I went there for black coffee that was strong enough to strip paint off a wall. I would also have a slice of whatever pie they had left, usually apple or cherry. It helped me get the cold grit out of my throat. I lived in a hollow, a small valley about 10 miles away. To get to my house, I had to drive down a gravel road that washed away every spring when the snow melted. My nearest neighbor was an old woman named Widow Jenkins. She lived a long hike away over the mountain ridge. Back then, cell phone service was a joke. My old flip phone would not get a signal until I reached the main highway. The trees out there are so thick that they seem to swallow every sound. They leave you in a heavy quiet that feels like a wet quilt pressing on your chest. The first time I saw her, it was just a regular Thursday. The diner was half full with truck drivers talking over plates of biscuits and gravy. The air was thick with the smell of fried grease and cigarette smoke. She was a new waitress behind the counter, and she was very beautiful. She had golden curls tied back in a ponytail that swung when she moved. She served the tables with a strange grace, as if she were floating instead of walking on the sticky floor. She poured my coffee without me even asking for it. She set down my pie with a smile that made her whole face light up. "Rough day in the mines?" she asked. Her voice was as smooth as creek water flowing over pebbles. I mumbled something about the machine belts jamming again. She nodded her head as if she understood everything about my job. However, her eyes caught me off guard. They were too still, like pond water at sunset. They did not reflect any light back at me. They were not exactly cold, but they looked empty. I ignored the feeling, finished my pie, left a tip, and drove home to the silence of the woods. I came back the next Thursday, following my usual routine. She was there again. She even remembered my order before I sat down. "Black coffee, no sugar, and cherry pie if we have it," she said with a wink. We talked politely, the way people do in those kind of places. We talked about the weather changing and how the creeks were high after the rain. She asked about my family. She wasn't pushy. She just asked if I had any relatives nearby. I told her about my wife, Ellie. I told her how we've been married for 20 years and how we survived on my mining shifts and her sewing work. She listened very closely with those still eyes fixed on me. To be honest, it felt good to talk. People do not talk much in the hollers because everyone is either too tired or lives too far apart. I drove home that night thinking she was just a friendly person, but something was bothering me. It felt like a splinter in my skin that I could not dig out. Weeks passed by. Every Thursday, I would pull into the gravel lot and she would be there. Her name tag said Darla, but I never heard anyone call her by that name. Each time I visited, she would ask deeper questions. "That scar on your hand, how did you get it?" she asked once. I told her about falling off my bike when I was a boy. I told her how I was pedaling too fast toward the creek and skinned my palm on the rocks. I had not thought about that memory in years, but I told it to her very clearly. Her eyes stayed still like a pond, sucking in my words without giving anything back. As autumn arrived and the leaves turned red, the diner crowd became smaller, but she was always there, refilling my cup. One evening, while rain was hitting the tin roof like loud gunshots, she leaned against the counter while I ate. She asked about my father and how he died from black lung disease in 1989. I told her everything. I told her about his coughing fits and the soundy oxygen tanks in our small house. I told her how I skipped school just to sit with him. These were details I had buried deep in my mind, but they flowed out of me as if she had opened a bottle. I felt lighter after talking, but I also felt wrong. It felt like I had given away pieces of myself that I shouldn't have shared. I drove home slowly that night. The hollow felt emptier than usual. There were no lights from any neighbors, just the dark trees lining the road, silent as stones. It happened slowly, meal by meal. Her questions pulled more out of me. She asked about my arguments with Ellie over money and the nights I drank too much at the local hall. I started telling her things I had forgotten or things I tried not to remember. Her eyes scared me more every time I saw them. Her pupils looked strange. They changed size in an odd way under the yellow lights of the diner. They looked like black holes, pulling in the light but never reflecting it. To help you understand, let me describe the counter where I sat. It was made of material called formica. The edges were chipped because so many plates had slid across them over the years. It was stained with round rings from coffee mugs that had sat there too long. The menu was propped up on the counter. It was a greasy card that listed burgers, fries, and daily specials like meatloaf. There were red-brown smudges from ketchup where people had wiped their hands. The plastic on the menu had bubbles in it from being too close to the hot grill. Darla would write orders on a small pad with a blue pen that she had chewed on. The end of the pen was flattened from her teeth. She would click the pen, click-blick, before tearing off the paper and shouting the order to the cook. The stools at the counter were wobbly and the seats were cracked. They were covered with duct tape that was peeling off. The whole place smelled like old grease and vinegar from the pickle jars. The cash register made a loud ding when it opened, and she had to hit it with her hip to make it close. It was a very ordinary, boring place. That is usually what makes a place feel real and safe. But with her there, even the stains on the counter felt like they were watching me. The feeling of unease grew slowly, like dampness soaking into your boots. I would leave the diner feeling very upset. I would drive home on those twisting roads while my headlights cut through the fog. Our home was very isolated, just a cabin with a tin roof. Our only heat came from a wood stove that popped and hissed as the oak wood burned. My wife Ellie would usually be asleep when I got home. I would lie awake in the dark and think about those conversations. I wonder why I was sharing so many secrets with a stranger. One Thursday, when it was starting to snow, I was the only person in the diner. Darla served my coffee and pie, and then she sat down in the booth across from me. I didn't invite her, but she sat anyway. "Tell me more about Ellie," she said. Her voice sounded flat now. I started talking about Ellie's laugh and how she hummed hymns while she worked in the garden. But as I spoke, Darla's eyes changed. She leaned in close, and I saw it clearly. Her pupils were growing large like drops of ink in water. They were black voids that sucked in the light. There was no reflection in them at all, just blackness. My heart skipped a beat. I pulled away from her, but she kept talking. "I feed on memories," she said calmly. Her voice was as normal as if she were ordering eggs. "I borrow faces from people who are lost." She said she was not from this area. She said she traveled to places like this to take people's stories, to keep herself alive. My scar, my father's death, my fights with my wife. She had taken all of them. She had woven them into herself. I froze. My coffee went cold. I stood up, shaking with fear. I threw some money on the table and ran for the door. Outside, the cold snow hit my face. My truck engine coughed before it started. I drove home like a madman, skidding on the snowy curves. That night, as I lay next to Ellie, I tried to remember her birthday. I couldn't. There was just a blank spot in my mind. It felt like a hole where a tooth had been pulled out. The next Thursday, I did not go to the diner. I drove straight home, but the holes in my memory grew larger. I forgot about falling off my bike. I looked at the scar on my hand, and it felt like I was seeing it for the first time. Ellie noticed that I was staring into space during dinner. She asked me what was wrong, but I just mumbled about work. Inside, I was panicking. I tried to go back to the diner once because I wanted answers. The diner was busy, but Darla was not there. The cook told me that she had quit her job without telling anyone. People whispered that she was a very strange girl with eyes that were too still. My memories continued to disappear. My wedding day became blurry. I could no longer see my father's face in my mind. A slow dread grew inside me, like rust eating through metal. The isolation made everything worse. I had no cell phone to call my family, and my neighbors were miles away through the silent woods. The trees looked like they were standing guard. I would sit by the wood stove and watch the flames, trying to hold on to memories I had left. It felt like she had hollowed me out. She had stolen my past and left behind strange echoes that did not belong to me. Years are past. Some of my memories came back in small pieces, but there are still many holes. I feel a deep ache during the quiet hours when the fire in the stove dies down and the darkness moves in. I think she moved on to a different place to borrow a new face and feed on someone else's life. My advice to you is this: do not talk too much with strangers. Some people want more than just your words. I still sit up at night, try to put the pieces of my life back together. The silence of the woods listens to me, waiting for more of my life to slip away. One winter, I drove past that diner again. It is closed now, and there are boards over the windows. But for a second, I thought I saw her golden curls in the reflection of the glass. I ignored it and kept driving. The wrongness is still here. It is in the blank spots of my mind and in the eyes that reflect nothing. That is all I can tell you. My memory is tricky, but this story stays with me. It keeps me awake by the dying fire. Story 14. I believe it was the summer of 1984, or maybe 1985. It is hard to remember the exact year after so much time has passed. Time slips away like water flowing down a creek bed. My name is Roy Fletcher. I grew up on a small farm just outside of Hazard, Kentucky. In that part of the country, the land folds into small valleys called hollers. These valleys are so deep that the sun does not touch the bottom until noon. My father worked in the fields, mostly growing corn and tobacco. My mother took care of the house, churning butter and canning the food we grew in our garden. I was 16 years old then. I was tall, awkward, and a bit rebellious. I used to sneak out to the barn after dark to smoke cigarettes that I stole from my father's pack. He would have punished me severely if he caught me. So I would wait until the house was quiet and the wood stove had died down to glowing embers. Then I would slip out the back door and walk barefoot across the wet grass. Our farm was very isolated. Our nearest neighbors lived over a mile away through the woods. The ridges were covered in thick oak and hickory trees. We had no reliable phones back then, and cell phones did not even exist. If you stood on the porch and shouted for help, the only answer would be the heavy silence of the trees. They stood like guards, swallowing every sound. That first night is very clear in my memory. The moon was half full, and it cast a pale light through the wooden slats of the barn. I climbed up to the hayloft. The haze scratched my arms as I settled down on a bale to smoke. I had just lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply when I heard a rustling sound. I thought it was a raccoon or perhaps the barn cat, but then I saw her. She was sitting on another hay bale as if she had been waiting for me. She was a beautiful girl with skin like fresh cream. Her hair was as dark as coal dust and fell loosely over her shoulders. She had a bright smile with white, even teeth. "Evening," she said. Her voice was soft, but I could hear it clearly. I nearly jumped out of my skin with fright. I dropped my cigarette and quickly stomped it out on the floor. I asked her who she was. She told me her name was Evie and that she lived in a hollow over the ridge. I had never seen her before, which was strange because I knew almost everyone from church picnics and the school bus. However, I did not ask too many questions. We talked easily about simple things like the dry, weather killing the crops, and the creek running low. She laughed at my bad jokes, and I felt a warm, pleasant feeling in that chilly loft. I left the barn that night feeling very excited, as if I had found a secret. I sneaked back a few nights later, and she was there again. It became a routine. I would wait until my father was snoring, and she would wait for me in the loft. She would sit very still with her legs dangling while I walked around or leaned against the wooden beams. Her eyes followed me and looked bright in the light of the lantern I sometimes brought. But then, something started to feel wrong. I do not know how to explain it, but the feeling was there from the start. It was her shadow on the wall. Whether it was cast by the moonlight or my lantern, her shadow did not match her movements correctly. I would move, and my shadow would move naturally, but her shadow would stay still for a second too long, or would stretch out in ways that did not look right. I told myself it was just the flickering light or the uneven boards of the wall, but it bothered me. As the nights went on, we talked about deeper things. She asked about my family. She asked about my father's temper and my mother's quiet personality. She also asked about my cousin Billy, who stayed with us during the summers to help with the chores. Billy was a year older than me and very strong from wrestling at school, but he was also very kind and always fed stray dogs. I told her stories about him, and she listened closely with that smooth smile, but her shadow became even stranger. One evening, while she was sitting perfectly still, her shadow moved on its own. It was like the shadow was alive. It stretched its long fingers across the wall toward me. There were tools hanging nearby, a pitchfork and a scythe. Her shadow slowly wrapped around them, as if the darkness were pulling them in. I blinked my eyes hard and rubbed them, but when I looked again, everything looked normal. When I mentioned it to her, she just laughed. "It is just a trick of the light, Roy," she said, but her voice sounded flat and cold. If I am being honest, I kept going back to see her. Being a boy in such an isolated place is lonely. I worked on a farm all day and had no friends nearby. The trees seemed to press the silence down on me like a heavy lid on a pot. There was no way to call anyone. If you needed help, you had to walk a long way to town. The barn became my favorite spot. It smelled like sweet, dusty hay, and the floorboards creaked under my feet. But with every visit, the wrongness grew stronger. Her shadow seemed hungry, and it moved closer to me. One time, it brushed against my boot. It felt as cold as grave dirt, and a chill went up my leg. I let out a yelp of surprise, but she just smiled even wider. I want to describe the old lantern I used to help you understand the scene. It was my father's lantern from the days he worked in the mines. It was a dented metal object with a wire handle that hurt your hand if you carried it for a long time. The wick was always trimmed unevenly, so the flame sputtered and produced more smoke than light. It had a sharp smell of kerosene that filled the air. You had to strike a match. It made a scratchy sound, and touch it to the wick. The yellow light would build slowly and flicker. The glass glow was cracked on one side because I had dropped it when I was a child. Because of a crack, the light came out in strange shapes, making the shadows dance in a jagged way. Cleaning the lantern was a difficult chore. You had to unscrew the bottom, pour in the fuel carefully, and wipe the soot off the glass with a rag. The black soot would leave streaks on your fingers, and the oily smell stayed on your clothes. At night, the lantern made a soft hissing sound. The flame would pop if the air was damp. I would turn the knob. It made a squeaking sound, to try to make the light brighter, but it was never steady. That lantern was with me through many storms, and while I checked on the farm animals, its weight was familiar and made my arm tired after a while. It was an ordinary, boring thing, but it was as real as the dirt under my fingernails. I hung it on a nail in the loft. It would swing slightly, making the shadow shift just enough to trick the eyes. Anyway, the shadow continued to act strangely. When storms rolled in and thunder rumbled over the ridges, the shadow became very active. Evie would sit calmly and talk about hidden spots in the woods where berries grew. But her shadow would writhe and twist. It wrapped around the hay bales and pulled them inch by inch into the dark corners. I would hear a soft, dragging sound, like cloth moving on wood. When I wasn't looking, I would find that a hay bale had moved. I tried to ignore it, but the cold touch happened more often. The shadow would graze my hand or my neck. It felt deeply wrong, as if something unnatural was living inside her. Billy noticed that I was sneaking out at night. One night, he followed me because he was curious. "What is out here, cousin?" he whispered as he climbed the ladder behind me. Evie was there, smiling like she always did. I introduced them, and we sat together talking and sharing a cigarette. But this time, her shadow moved quickly. It stretched toward Billy like hands reaching out to grab him. Billy laughed nervously and said the loft felt drafty. We left early that night. The next day, the back of my foot began to throb. I had a scar there from stepping on a rusty nail years ago. That scar always ached when it was about to rain, but now it pulsed whenever Evie was near. It felt like a warning bell inside my bone. A week later, a heavy storm hit us. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain hit the barn roof like loud gunshots. I stayed inside the house, but Billy went outside. He said he heard a sound, maybe an animal that was hurt. My parents slept through the storm, and the house was warm because of the wood stove. I stayed awake and stared out the window at the dark woods. The only sound was a heavy rain. Billy did not come back. We searched for him at sunrise. The barn door was open, and the hayloft was empty except for some scattered hay. There was no sign of Billy. However, the shadows in the loft seemed thicker, as if they were pooling in the corners in an unnatural way. People thought he had run away from home, which teenagers sometimes do, but I knew better. Later, I saw it in my dreams. Billy's shadow merged with hers, stretching out long before disappearing into the darkness. Evie never showed up again. The barn fell haunted, and a feeling of wrongness stayed there like damp air. I avoided the barn, but I had to go in to do my chores, like feeding the pigs and fixing fences. The isolation was very difficult. There was no way to get help quickly, and the trees seemed to muffle any cries for help. My father started drinking more alcohol, and my mother prayed silently. Years later, I took over farm. I got married and had children, but the memory of that summer still hurts. My foot still throbs on stormy nights. I believe that she, or whatever she was, is still out there. She is waiting in some other hayloft, and her shadow is still hungry. There was one short sound of thunder, and then it was over. She was gone. The silence of the woods feels even heavier now. It keeps me awake at night, and I listen to the trees as if they are holding their breath. The wrongness does not fade away. It has roots that go very deep. Story 15. I believe it was the spring of 2018, back when the dogwood trees were blooming white along the mountain ridges in the Smokies. My name is Harlan Tate. I have lived on this piece of land near Gatlinburg all my life, though these days it feels more like the woods are taking over the town. My property is hidden deep in a hollow, which is a small valley. The creek there stays cold even in the middle of summer. My nearest neighbor lives about 3 miles away down a rough dirt path that floods every time it rains hard. There is no cell phone service at all. If you try to make a call, You just hear static, as if the mountains are blocking the signal on purpose. The trees, mostly oak and pine, grow very thick. Their silence is so heavy that it smothers any noise you make. It leaves you completely alone with your thoughts, or with whatever else might be listening. That day, I had been out fixing fences. I was covered in sweat, and the air was hot and sticky. The barbed wire had sagged during the winter ice, and a deer kept breaking through to eat the garden my mother had planted before she passed away. I was hammering metal staples into the wooden posts, and my arms were aching. Suddenly, I heard the sound of footsteps crunching on the leaves up the trail. I looked up and saw a woman. She looked like a typical hiker in sturdy boots. She had black hair tied back loosely, and it felt like a curtain when she moved. Her skin was tanned by the sun, and her eyes were a sharp, bright green, like fresh moss. She gave me a friendly smile, as if we had been friends for years. "Would you mind sharing some water?" she asked. Her voice was soft and carried easily over the buzzing of the insects. I handed her my old metal thermos, which was dented from being dropped too many times. She took a long drink, and I watched her swallow. We started talking. She told me about old mountain paths that people had forgotten, paths that led to hidden clearings where wild ginseng grows. I talked about the farm and how the soil was becoming bad, making the crops fail more every year. Then I noticed her scent. It smelled like wildflowers after rain, sweet and clean. It was a strong smell that cut through the scent of my own sweat and dirt. It felt out of place, but it was nice. She laughed at a joke I made and reached over to adjust my old, faded John Deere hat. Her fingers brushed my forehead playfully. Then she nodded to say thank you and walked away into the trees. She disappeared very quickly. I drove my tractor back to the house as the sun went down and the shadows became long. I took off my dirty clothes in the mudroom and put them in a wash with extra soap. I thought the day was over, but that night, as I lay in bed with the window open to let in the cool air, I smelled it again. Her perfume was faint, but it was there. It felt like it had soaked into my skin. The next morning, I scrubbed myself hard in the shower, but the smell stayed. By the evening, the whole house smelled like it. The wildflower scent was so thick that my old dog, Buster, began to whine and hide under the table. He would sniff the corners of the room with his hair standing up, as if something wrong had followed me home. The days began to blur together. I would go out to do my chores, fixing the shed or splitting wood, but the smell would not leave. It became even stronger when I was alone. There was no way to escape it in such an isolated place. When I stepped outside, the quiet of the trees pressed down on me. I couldn't see any neighbors' lights or hear any cars. I tried burning sage that my mother had left in the pantry, thinking the smell was just an allergy or mold. But the perfume was stronger than the sage. It filled my nose until I could actually taste it, and it tasted bitter. It wasn't just the smell, though. I started seeing things. I would see flashes of images when I closed my eyes or stared at the woods for too long. In these flashes, I saw her true form. She looked twisted and ancient. She was hiding in the bushes, and her arms and legs were bent in the wrong way, looking like tree roots shaped like a human. I shook my head and told myself it was just heat stroke, but the visions became clearer every time. One afternoon, the smell was so strong that it drew me back to the trail. My legs seemed to move on their own. My boots crunched the leaves as the scent pulled me along like a leash. I found the exact spot where we had met, but it was empty. However, the visions hit me very hard. I saw her laughing. Then her body shifted, and I saw her ancient eyes watching me from the bushes. I ran back home, shaking with fear. Buster met me at the door and growled quietly. If I am being honest, that is when the real fear started. It was slow, like mold growing in the damp corners of a cellar. It is invasive and hard to clean out. I would sit by my wood stove at night, watching the fire, trying to warm the chill I felt deep inside. But the perfume made the air thick. I kept seeing those flashes. I saw her in the woods, not as a pretty hiker, but as something very old and very wrong. She was waiting as patiently as the mountains themselves. I tried to call my brother on the landline phone. The connection was bad, but it worked sometimes. He just laughed and said I was working too hard and needed a vacation. But he lived in town with lights and noise. He didn't understand the silence out here. He didn't know how the quiet makes the wrong things seem even louder. The scent continued to spread. Clothes I hadn't even worn that day started to smell like it. Then the curtains and the rug smelled like it. Too. Buster stopped eating and just walked around the house whining. One night, he ran out the door into the darkness. I found him the next morning by the creek. He was shaking, and his eyes looked wild with fear. The visions got even worse. When I was alone in the barn, I would see her twisted shape in the shadows. She looked ancient and hungry, and she was getting closer. I burned the shirt I had worn the day I met her. The smoke carried the wildflower smell up the chimney, but the scent just came back even stronger. Let me describe my old wood stove to you. It is a large black cast iron object in the living room. The door makes a creaking sound when you open it because the hinges are rusty from years of heat. I would fill it with pieces of oak or hickory wood. The wood would pop as it caught fire. The smell inside the stove was always smoky, mixed with the smell of pine. It heated the room unevenly. It was very hot near the stove, but cold in corners. Cleaning it was a difficult job. I had to scoop out the ashes with a metal shovel. The gray dust would fly up and cover my arms and my clothes. The pipe on top would rattle when the wind was strong, and sometimes smoke would blow back into the room until my eyes watered. At night, as the metal cooled down, it would make a tick-tick-ping sound. The metal grate inside was warped from years of use. It was a boring, everyday object, but it kept me warm during the winters. It was a routine that made me feel safe. But because of the perfume, even the stove felt wrong. The wildflower scent mixed with the smoke and smelled sickly sweet. While I was taking care of the fire, I would see her ancient form in the flames. I saw those twisted limbs reaching out. The pull of the scent became stronger. At night, I would wake up sweating. The smell was thick, and my feet would lead me to the door. I would stand on the porch in the silence and stare into the black woods where the trail began. I tried to resist at once. I locked all the doors, but the scent made me feel like I was choking, and the visions were like a hammer in my head. I saw her lurking out there. Another time, I gave in. I walked the path at midnight while the moon shone through the branches. I found a clearing with ginseng, just like she had described, but the bushes moved in a way that wasn't right. I saw her there, twisted and ancient. She wasn't moving. She was just watching me. I ran back to the house with my heart pounding. After that, the house smelled even stronger. A week later, Buster disappeared. I searched the whole valley, calling his name until my voice was gone, but the trees just swallowed the sound. I found his collar by the creek. It was tangled in some roots, and it smelled strongly of wildflowers. The isolation felt very heavy then. I had no cell phone to call for help quickly. I had to drive all the way to town, but the people there just thought Buster had run away to hunt raccoons. I knew that wasn't the truth. The perfume started to end my dreams. I would sleep poorly and see her true shape, ancient, bent, and wrapping around me like vines made of perfume. I burned more things, the curtains and the rugs. I made a large bonfire, and the smoke smelled sweet and rotten. But the scent stayed on the walls and on me. I moved to my cousin's house for a while, but the smell followed me. I could smell in my truck, and it would get stronger when I was alone. When I finally went back home, the house felt empty and wrong. The trees seemed to be moving closer, and the silence felt like it was mocking me. I did not know how to explain it, but it felt like she had marked me when she adjusted my hat. The vision showed that she was still waiting the woods. I tore down the fence where we first met. I even dug up the dirt and put salt on it, but it did not help. Years are past. The scent is gone most days now. But when a storm comes, the smell of wildflowers after the rain returns. It brings back those flashes of her twisted form. I live very carefully now. I stay away from the trails and stay inside the house. My wood stove keeps me warm, but I always watch the flames very carefully. I believe she is still out there, walking the paths and using her perfume to lure people in. I take a deep breath, and I know something is wrong. The silence of the hollow is empty, but it is listening. It keeps me awake at night. I sniff the air and wait for that sweet, rotten smell to return.
Story 16.
I reckon it was a fall of 2008 when the leaves were turning that rusty red color on the mountain ridges around Jenkins. My name is Buford Klein. I had been living in these parts since before the coal mines started closing down. Now, folks like me to scrape by on odd jobs and visibility checks from the black lung disease that crept up on me slowly. That night, I had been at the bar on Main Street. It wasn't a fancy place, just a small hole in the wall with sticky floors and neon beer signs that made a faint buzzing sound in the window. I drank a few too many, trying to forget the ache in my chest from my day's shift at the salvage yard. I spent my days sorting scrap metal that would cut your hands if you weren't careful. I walked home like I always did. My boots made a splashing sound in the mud because a heavy rain had turned the roads into a thick soup. I didn't have a car back then because I couldn't afford the gas. The path went through hollers, small valleys, where the trees stood very close to the road. Their branches dripped water steadily, and the silence was so thick it felt like cotton was stuffed in my ears. My nearest neighbor was Old Man Perkins, who lived about a mile over the hill. But even if he screamed for help, he would never hear you. The woods ate up sound like it was eating supper. I spotted her by the side of the road. She was standing over a large puddle that had collected in a deep rut made by truck tires. She was a stunning woman. Her face was as smooth as a porcelain china doll. Her hair was slick and wet from the drizzle, and it caught the moonlight perfectly. She was not dressed with cold weather. She wore a light dress that was damp and clung to her, but she did not shiver. She stared down at the water as if it held secrets. When she looked up, her eyes met mine and stayed there. "Come see," she said. Her voice was soft, but it cut right through the quiet night. I hesitated, but I was curious. Maybe it was the beer talking, or maybe I was just lonely since my wife Ellie left me a year before. I stood beside her and looked into that murky puddle. The rain was making small circles on the surface of the water. Her reflection was perfect. It was sharp, and every eyelash was in place. She was smiling up from the water, like a beautiful picture. But when I leaned in to look, my reflection was warped. My face was melting like wax under a flame. My cheeks were sagging, and my mouth was twisting sideways. Then my eyes started to multiply. First there were 2, then 4, and they were all blinking at different times. I jerked back, my heart thumping hard in my chest. I blinked my eyes and shook my head, but she just giggled quietly, as if it were a joke. "Hidden things," she whispered. "The water shows what is real." I reached into my pocket for a cigarette to calm my nerves. My fingers brushed against a greasy, forgotten Slim Jim wrapper from lunch, and it made a loud crinkling sound in the still air. I backed away from her unblinking stare. mumbled an excuse, and ran home as fast as I could. My boots made a sucking sound in the mud with every step. My house was dark when I got there. It was just a small shotgun shack at the end of a gravel driveway. The only light came from the wood stove, if I bothered to put wood in it. There was no cell phone service in that valley. My old flip phone was as useless as a rock. Even the landline phone would make a crackling sound if it rained too hard. I poured a glass of water from the tap and looked in the mirror over the sink to wash my face. There was again the warp. It was faint at first, like a smudge on a glass. But my jawline was drooping, and my eyes were not level with each other. I rubbed the mirror with my sleeve, thinking it was just fog or dirt, but it wasn't. I stared longer, and my skin started to ripple. I slammed the cabinet shut, my heart racing. I did not sleep well that night. I had dreams of puddles spreading everywhere and reflections crawling out of the water. Morning came with a gray sky and rain hitting the tin roof. I avoided the mirror while I was shaving, and I cut my chin twice. I drove to town to get groceries and caught a glimpse of my face in the rearview mirror. It was the same wrongness. My eyes looked too wide, as if they were drifting apart. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just a hangover playing tricks on my mind. But the feeling stayed. Days turned into weeks, and every shiny surface made a reflection look worse. I looked at the chrome sides of toast in the kitchen, and I saw my nose flattening and my ears pinching small. Even my photos started to change. I had old photos on the shelf of me and Ellie at the fair back in 1995. My face in the picture was blurred, and my features were smearing like wet ink. I flipped the photo over, but the next day, another picture was warped. I was fading away, bit by bit. To be honest, that is when the real dread started to move in. It was slow, like a flood creeping up a creek bank. I sat alone in the house with the wood stove crackling, staring at the walls, so I wouldn't see anything that might show a reflection. Being isolated out there was hard. There was no doctor nearby, and no neighbors to drop by. The trees outside stood silent. It was almost winter now, so the branches were bare. The quiet was heavy, as if the trees knew what was happening. Sometimes I would yell just to hear my own voice, but it would bounce off the ridges and sound wrong, which only made the emptiness worse. I tried to tell my friend at the salvage yard while we ate lunch. He just laughed and said I was seeing things because I drank too much cheap whiskey. But when I showed him a photo from my wallet, a picture of me as a kid fishing, he squinted at it. He asked me why the photo looked so smudged. I threw the photo away after that, but the wrongness kept spreading. The mirrors at the gas station and the windows in town all showed my reflection, twisting even more. My face was dissolving, and extra eyes were growing and staring back at me. One night, a storm was raging and the power went out. I lit candles, and their light danced on the walls. I saw my shadow, and for a moment, I heard that girl's giggle in my head. I tried to avoid the dark windows, but I couldn't help peeking. My reflection in the glass had melted completely. My features were gone. I was just a shape with too many eyes. I backed into a corner and blew out the candles. The darkness helped, but the next morning the creek had flooded. There were puddles everywhere on the path to my truck. I walked carefully and tried not to look down, but I caught a glimpse of my reflection in one puddle. My leg looked long and thin, as if it were stretching into the mud. I ran back inside and used plywood from the shed to board up all my windows. I lived like that for a while, with the curtains drawn and no lights on after dark. But the photos in my albums kept changing. In some of them, my face was erased completely and replaced by a blank spot. I felt like I was losing myself. I was forgetting who I was. Let me tell you about my old coffee pot on the stove, so you can see the scene clearly. It is a percolator made of thin aluminum. It has a glass knob on the top that bubbles when the coffee is ready. You fill the bottom with water and put the coffee grounds into a small basket. You have to use a coarse grind or the coffee will clog the pot. When you put it on the burner, the flame makes a blue hissing sound. The smell is strong. Bitter coffee builds slowly. If you forget the lid, steam whistles out of the spout. The handle is made of a plastic called bakelite, and it is cracked from the heat. It gets very hot, so I have to wrap a rag around it to pour the coffee. The inside of the pot is stained brown no matter how much I scrub it, but that stain gives the coffee its flavor. In the mornings, it makes a rhythmic bubble pop sound as the water turns into coffee. The bottom is dented because I dropped it once and the cord is frayed. I always pour the coffee into a mug with a chipped rim. Sometimes the coffee is gritty on my teeth. That pot has helped me through many hangovers and cold mornings. It is a boring routine, but it is real. It kept me grounded when everything else felt like it was slipping away. However, the wrongness was invasive, like a weed choking a fence. When I went out for supplies, I kept my hood up and my eyes down. But the puddles seemed to whisper to me. I saw the girl again, or I thought I did, by the creek at twilight. She was just standing there, looking into the water. I didn't go near her. I backed away slowly. My cousin finally came by because he was worried that he hadn't heard from me. He found me living in a house that was as dark as a cave. He took me to a doctor, but the doctor just said I was stressed. He gave me pills that made my head feel foggy, but they didn't fix my reflection. In the mirrors, I looked hollow. My eyes were just a cluster of desperate shapes staring back. Eventually, photos of me disappeared from the albums entirely. There were just blank spaces where I used to be. People in town even started to forget who I was. One person at the store asked, "Buford who?" He corrected himself, but the fact that he hesitated really hurt. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like that girl had unlocked something wrong that was eating away at my edges. I avoided every shiny surface. I even covered my TV screen and ate with my hands so I wouldn't see my reflection in a fork. My house became like a tomb. I was completely alone, and the trees outside were silent witnesses. She was gone by the next morning, but the mountains held on to the secret. Puddles after the rain still seemed to whisper warnings to me. I burned all my photos one night in a big bonfire in my yard. The smoke carried away the blank spots in the pictures, but the dread stayed deep inside me. I live very carefully now. I have no mirrors in my house, and my windows are painted black. My wood stove is my only light. It feels safe, but in my dreams, I still see her. I see her porcelain smile and the puddle that shows what is hidden. I blink once and everything is warped. The silence is very heavy at night. It keeps me awake, and I wonder how much of me is left in the dark. I think the mountains keep this kind of wrongness close, waiting for the next rain to bring out again. Story 17. I reckon it was around 2011 or so. The economy was still struggling after the big crash, and people in Pikeville were holding on to their jobs like they were lifelines. My name is Harlan Webb. I had been working as a mechanic at the old garage off Route 23 for almost 30 years by then. It was a greasy little shop with concrete floors stained black from oil spills. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed constantly, sounding like they were about to burn out at any moment. Working late was common because people would break down after dark on those twisty mountain roads. I worked alone most evenings. I kept the radio on, playing country music to fill the silence. The shop sat on the edge of town, right against the woods that stretched into deep valleys where there were no lights at all. My nearest neighbor was Old Widow Hayes, but she lived a few miles away over a thick, brushy ridge. Cell phone service? You can forget about that. The signal disappeared as soon as you left the highway. It left you completely cut off, with nothing but the heavy silence of the trees and branches creaking in the wind like they were whispering to each other. That evening started out like any other. Rain had made the road slippery and dangerous. I was working under the hood of a Ford pickup truck. When she pulled in, she was driving a Chevy sedan with an engine that knocked loudly, sound like it had swallowed gravel. She stepped out of the car, and she was a beauty. She had emerald green eyes that caught the garage lights and dark, wavy hair that fell over her shoulders. She was dressed nicely for this area, just jeans and blouse, but it was enough to make you look twice. "Think you can fix her up?" she asked. Her voice was as smooth as creek water in the spring. I nodded and popped the hood. We started chatting while I looked at the engine. We flirted a bit, the way people do when it is late, and it feels like you're the only two people in the world under those buzzing lights. I told her about the common problems with those old Chevys. She laughed easily and leaned close to me while I worked. Her scent was faint, like fresh dirt after a rainstorm. When I reached for a tool, her hand brushed against my arm. I thought it was an accident. Her skin was as cold as ice, like she had been standing in a freezer, but the touch burned me. It was a sharp sting that shot all the way to my elbow. I pulled my arm back and rubbed the spot, but she just smiled wider. Her green eyes were steady. "Sorry, darling," she said, but she didn't sound sorry at all. I fixed her car quickly. It was just a loose belt, and she paid me in cash. She gave me an extra tip before driving off into the dark. My arm throbbed on my way home, but I told myself it was just a chill from the damp weather. The next morning, a blister appeared where she had touched me. It was red and angry, looking like a burn from hot metal. I popped it, but the skin underneath felt numb. It felt like pins and needles that would not go away. I went back to work, but by the afternoon, the numbness had spread. It was creeping up my forearm like frost on a window. She came back a week later. It was the same Chevy, but this time the brakes were squealing. She pulled in just as I was closing the shop. The garage was empty, and you could hear the echo of my tools clanging. We flirted again. This time she moved closer, and her cold fingers grazed my hand as she gave me the keys. The burn hit me immediately. It was deeper this time, leaving another blister that leaked clear fluid. "Are you all right?" she asked, her green eyes glinting. I mumbled that I was fine and fixed her brakes, but my grip felt weak. My fingers were tingling in a way that felt wrong. As the nights went by, the feeling of wrongness grew. I would lie in bed in my dark, quiet house with the wood stove burning low. I could feel that cold burn pulsing, and the numbness was moving higher up my body. My house was very isolated, just a dirt road through the trees with no street lights and no cell service. The nearest help was in town. But at night, with the silence of the woods pressing in, it felt like it was 100 miles away. She kept showing up. Every couple of weeks, that Chevy would limp into the shop with a new problem. The alternator, then the radiator, always something. Each time she visited, her touch lasted longer. She brushed my shoulder once, and the coal burned right through my shirt, blistering the skin underneath. The numbness spread to my chest. I felt brittle inside, as if my bones were turning into ice that would shatter if I moved the wrong way. If I am being honest, I started to look forward to her visits, even though the cold was freezing me deeper. You get lonely out here. My wife has been gone for years, and my kids moved to the city. But every time I saw her, I became weaker. Parts of me were freezing from the inside out. One night, while we were alone in the garage, she leaned against my workbench. She was sipping from my old, coffee-stained mug. It was a chipped mug I had used for years. She watched me struggle to turn a bolt because my fingers were numb and slipping. Her emerald eyes never blinked as she watched me grow weak. The coal burned even colder. She touched my neck that time. Her fingers felt like frostbite wrapped in fire. A blister grew immediately, and by the next morning, my throat felt tight and my voice was raspy. The people at the shop noticed something was wrong. My boss asked if I was sick because he saw me fumbling with my tools. I lied and said it was just my arthritis, but the numbness kept climbing. It turned my flesh brittle and strange. It felt like my body wasn't mine anymore. I tried going to a doctor in town. He looked at the trail of blisters on my arm and said it was a circulation problem. He gave me pills, but they did nothing. I drove home through the valleys, past the silent trees, feeling the isolation chew at my mind. She came again. The garage lights were flickering, and her Chevy was idling roughly. This time, she touched my cheek. A cold burn exploded behind my eyes. My vision became blurry, and all the colors seemed to fade into gray. When I got home that night, I couldn't even grip the door handle correctly. My fingers made a cracking sound when I forced them to move. My skin was splitting like dry tree bark. The horror grew slowly, like frost on glass, cracking my edges. I would stare in the mirror and see the wrongness spreading. My skin was turning very pale, and my veins looked like blue-black frozen rivers under ice. Let me tell you about that workbench in the garage so you can picture it. It was a heavy slab of oak wood, covered in marks from hammers and oil drips. There was a metal vise bolted to one end that squeaked whenever you turned the handle. My tools hung on a board above it in rows, but one was always missing because I would lose it while working. The surface was covered in a layer of grime, grease mixed with tiny metal shavings. If you wiped, it would rag. The rag would turn black. The drawers underneath would get stuck sometimes. They were full of loose nuts and bolts. The fluorescent light above buzzed constantly and made the stains in the wood look even deeper. I would stand there for hours, sorting spark plugs or filing metal edges. The wood was warm when the space heater was on, but otherwise, it was as cold as stone. My coffee mug always sat on the corner. It was stained with coffee rings and had a small crack in the handle from when I dropped it. Steam would rise from the coffee and smell bitter because we used cheap grounds. The coffee would get cold too fast in that drafty shop. It was a boring setup, but it was the heart of the place. It was where I ate my lunch, and the routine kept my life moving even when things felt wrong. But the touches from her kept coming. She would show up late when the garage was empty. Her cold fingers found new spots, my back, my thigh. Each burn spread more numbness and brittleness. My flesh felt wrong. It would crack when I bent my joints, like porcelain breaking under pressure. Then came one short visit. She touched my heart through my shirt. My chest felt cold and seized up. My breath became shallow and brittle. Weeks dragged on. I couldn't work properly anymore. My tools slipped out of my numb hands. Every time I tried to work, I remembered her freezing touch. My boss let me go gently. He told me to take some time off. I stayed home, keeping the wood stove roaring to try and stop the freeze. But the cold burrowed deeper. It was turning me hollow inside. I started having visions. In the silence of my house, I would see her emerald eyes in the dark. I could feel the burn even when she wasn't there. My skin split more, showing something pale and wrong underneath. I even tried to burn the blisters with a lighter. It hurt terribly, but the cold stayed there. People began to whisper about her. They said she hunted the weary and traveled through the mountains, leaving hollow shells of people behind. The old man at the bar muttered about other men who were found frozen stiff in the middle of the summer heat with empty eyes. The isolation made everything worse. I had no cell phone to call my family, and my neighbors were far away through the scary woods. I would walk around my house at night, my brittle joints creaking. I avoided mirrors because I didn't want to see the cracks spreading across my body. She came one last time. The garage was closed, but she knocked on my front door. Her Chevy was parked in my driveway. She stood there smiling, her emerald eyes pulling me toward her. She touched my face with her whole hand. The cold burned all the way to my core. I fell down. My entire body was numb and as brittle as glass. I woke up alone. She was gone, but the wrongness stayed. It is slowly hauling me out. Now I am older and more tired. My hands shake when I hold a cup of coffee because I remember that chill. My wood stove keeps the house warm, but the freeze is deep inside me. I believe she is still out there, touching the tired people in these valleys. Just one cold touch, and everything goes wrong. The silence keeps me awake at night. I listen to the sound of a car engine, and I feel the burn that will never thaw. Story 18. I reckon it was the summer of 1997, when the heat set heavy over Whitesburg like a thick fog you couldn't wave away. My name is Earl Combs, and I had been making a living on a small piece of land near Letcher County. I spent my days fixing tractors and selling firewood to folks who couldn't cut their own. The county fair came around every August. The lights were strung up bright against the dark mountain ridges, and the smells of fried dough and cotton candy mixed with the smell of manure from the livestock pens. I went alone that year. My wife had passed away the winter before. The cancer took her quickly, and I figured a night out might help shake off the silence of the house. Our place was tucked deep in a valley, with a lazy creek running behind the house. My nearest neighbor was a good 2 miles away through woods where the path was tangled with briars. There were no cell phones back then, and even if there were, they wouldn't catch a signal in these parts. You would have to drive all the way to town for a payphone. At night, with the trees pressing a heavy silence down, it felt like the world ended right at your porch light. I was strolling along the midway, dodging kids who were hyped up on sugar, when I saw her at the edge of the dance pavilion. She was a knockout of a girl. Her long hair shimmered like silk under carnival light bulbs, catching the different colors from the Ferris wheel spinning slowly overhead. She smiled my way, and her eyes were dark and pulling, as if she already knew me from somewhere. We started talking. Nothing deep, just about the rides and how a fair hadn't changed much since we were kids. Her name was Clara, or so she said, and she came from a holler, a small valley I had never heard of. We danced a few songs. Her hair brushed my cheek as soft as a whisper, and one strand of it got caught on my shirt button. I put it in my pocket without thinking much about it, figuring I would throw it away later, but the silky feel of it stayed in my mind. I drove home late that night. My truck rattled over potholes, and the fair lights faded in the rear view mirror. The house was empty. I had let the fire die out, so the wood stove was cold. I took the ticket stuff from the Ferris wheel, the place where she had leaned close and laughed at some dumb joke, and slipped it into my wallet. The paper was already crumpled, and the ink was faded from my sweaty palm. I undressed by the light of a lantern, and that strand of hair fell out of my pocket. It was long and dark. I set it on a nightstand and blew out the light. My sleep was fitful, filled with dreams of vines twisting through fences and pulling tie. I woke up with an itch on my arm, right where a hair strand had touched me. There was a red mark that looked like a rash. I ignored it and went out to chop wood, but by noon, the itch was deeper and as if something was burrowing under my skin. That night, the problem grew. I don't know how to explain it, but the hair wasn't just laying there on the nightstand. It had twisted through the fabric of the shirt I left on the chair, rooting into it like ivy on a barn wall. I pulled it free, but a piece of it stuck to my skin. It was as fine as a thread, and it started sinking into me. Days began to blur together. I worked the land, but the hair kept growing. It grew backward, you see, not out of my skin, but into it. It wove through my pores and started tugging gently at first. My dream started pulling me back toward the fairgrounds. I could hear her voice whispering directions through the woods. The isolation out there hit me hard. There was no way to call my family, and the trees swallowed up every sound. Their silence was as heavy as lead. I would sit on the porch at dusk, scratching the spots where the hair was rooting, and watch the shadows grow long over the creek. The hair spread slowly. First it moved across my arm, then my chest. The fine hairs were twisting under my skin like nerves firing the wrong way. I could feel them moving at night. They would pull me out of bed, and my feet would carry me to the door. I stood there staring into the black woods. That heavy silence felt like it was mocking me. Not even a neighbor's dog would bark to break the quiet. One morning, I looked in the mirror and saw it clearly. My veins were bulging in a strange way, laced with dark threads. I tried to shave the spots, but they grew back thicker and grew inward. If I'm being honest, that is when the real wrongness settled in. It was like rotting a fence post that you can't see until the wood crumbles. I would lie awake and feel the pull of her hair, seeking new places to root and bind deep inside me. I tried to burn a piece of it once. The smoke smelled sweet but wrong, like a mix of burnt sugar and dirt. Let me tell you about my old wallet to help you understand. It is made of leather that has turned soft from years in my back pocket. The stitches are fraying at the edges with a full sharp. Inside there are spots for bills, though there are always too few, and slots for cards. I didn't carry many cards, just my license and a faded photo of my mother. The coin pouch closes with a pop sound, but it is loose now, so the coins jingle when I walk fast. That fare ticket stub sat in the main fold. The paper had turned yellow, and the ink was smudged from me rubbing my thumb over it. The wallet smells like old tobacco from the packs I used to keep near it, a stale smell mixed with the musty scent of leather. The wallet creaks a little when I open it because the hide is stiff from drying out after it rained. It is a boring thing really, but has held my whole life. Receipts from a feed store, and a lucky penny I flattened on the railroad tracks when I was a kid. The metal clasp of the chain is rusted, and the links are cold when I hook them to my belt loop. I got that habit from my father, who once lost his wallet in the creek. I carried it every day and felt its familiar weight. I was used to the routine of flipping it open at the gas pump. That ticket stub is gone now, but the wallet is still here. The empty slots remind me of what I used to have. Anyway, the hair wove even deeper into me. My nerves tingled constantly, like pins were under my skin, pulling me toward Whitesburg. I drove there once, long after the fair was over. The grounds felt alive. The grass seemed to whisper as I walked. I could see her in my mind, with her long hair moving on its own, looking for lonely people to bind together. Back home, the hair rooted into my muscles. My arm went numb one day, and my fingers started twitching on their own. In my dreams, I was bound forever. Her hair was wrapping around the souls of people in these valleys. I decided to shave my head completely bald. My hand shook as I held a razor, but I scraped it clean. Blood came up where the roots were torn out. I burned the hair clippings in the stove, and the smoke filled the house. It's been quiet since then, but I still feel echoes of that agenda in my scalp. On quiet nights, I feel faint tugs. They say she vanished, but she is still out there collecting more people and weaving them in. Just one stray thread, and everything goes wrong. The silence stays with me, and the trees listen while I scratch. I am waiting for the growth to start again. I reckon the mountains hold on to this kind of wrongness. They let out affairs and dances to bind the lonely. It keeps me awake at night, feeling for bumps on my skin in the dark. Strulliniging. I reckon it was around 2020. when the world was turned upside down by that sickness, with folks masking up and keeping their distance. But out in Elkhorn City, life trudged on just like it always had. My name is Harlan Pike. I had been working nights at the gas station off the main road for a while, pumping fuel for late-night travelers moving to the mountains. The station was a run-down place with harsh fluorescent lights buzzing over the pumps. Inside, the shelves were stocked with dusty chips and warm sodas. I would mop the floors, stock the coolers, and watch the clock tick slowly until dawn. I lived in a holler about 5 miles away, down a gravel road that twisted to the woods like a snake. My nearest neighbor was Old Man Grady, who lived a good hike over the ridge. But you couldn't count on him if trouble came. The trees out there soak up sound like a sponge, leaving a heavy silence that weighs on you after midnight. There was no cell service either. My phone would show no bars as soon as I left the highway, making me feel cut off from everything but my own breathing. She started showing up regularly, maybe once a week at first. She was a gorgeous girl. There was no denying that. Long legs and cut-off jeans, blonde hair as straight as corn silk, and eyes as blue as a clear creek in spring. She drove a beat-up Honda that was nearly out of gas every time she arrived. She would buy snacks like chips or a candy bar, and always the same pack of generic watermelon-flavored gum. She chewed it constantly, popping bubbles loudly in the quiet store, as if she were trying to fill the air with something normal. We would chat while I rang up her items. We talked about the weather turning cold and how the roads would ice over in the winter. Her smile was radiant. It lit up her face like the sun breaking through fog, making a tired old man like me feel noticed for a minute. At first, it was just nice to have company on a slow shift. But then, I don't know exactly how to explain it, but something felt off from the very beginning. Her grin seemed to stretch a little more with every visit, and the corners of her mouth pulled wider than seemed natural. Her teeth looked sharper. Too, it was subtle, but the edges caught the light in a strange way. I would look away, thinking the fluorescent lights were playing tricks on my eyes. But when she turned to leave, her jaw seemed to unhinge just a tiny bit at the corners, like it was loosening. She would pop another bubble with her gum, hiding a faint clicking sound, and then drive off into the dark. My shifts felt long after that. There were fewer travelers because of the curfews, so I was often alone with the hum of the coolers and the occasional truck rumbling by. She would show up around 2 a.m. when the pumps were empty. She bought her gum, smile that smile, and stay by the counter longer. "Long night?" she would ask. Her grin would split wider, revealing rows of teeth underneath. No, it couldn't be. I blinked away, but a feeling of unease started to grow inside me, slow and steady like hunger after skipping a meal. One night, while rain was hammering the roof like gravel being thrown hard, she leaned close to me over the counter. Her smile stretched impossibly wide, and her jaw clicked softly into the sound of her popping gum. Her teeth seemed endless and hungry, as if they were promising to swallow secrets whole. I backed up quickly, my heart thumping. She laughed it off, paid for her things, and left. But that image stayed in my mind, replaying during the quiet hours of my shift. I drove home at dawn on the slick, empty road. My house felt colder, and I had to stoke the wood stove. I lit a fire, but the warmth couldn't reach the chill she had left in me. The strange feeling spread slowly. Even the mirrors in town started to mimic it. My own reflection seemed to grin back at me too widely, and my teeth looked wrong. I shook my head and blamed it on a lack of sleep. Her visits became more frequent, twice a week now. She always had that gum, and she popped bubbles to hide the clicking sound her jaw. Her smile split further every time she came in. It was clear her jaw was unhinging when she thought I wasn't looking. Rows of gleaming teeth showed, endless and wrong. I even locked the door once, but she knocked anyway. If I'm being honest, I kept serving her. I had bills to pay, and I tried to tell myself the wrongness was just in my head, but the feeling deepened like an empty stomach twisting. Let me tell you about that gas station counter so you can see it clearly. It was covered in laminate that was peeling at the edges from years of spills and cleaning. The cash register made a sharp ding when the drawer popped open. It would stick sometimes, so I had to jiggle it free. There was a rack of gum nearby, where the wrappers were crinkled from people touching them. The watermelon gum was always low because the truck drivers liked the sweet taste. The surface of the counter had a sticky film from soda drips and candy, and I would wipe with a rag that smelled like bleaching old coffee. People who scratched lottery tickets, they would leave silver dust in the grooves of the counter. The pen for the card reader was on a chain, and it would make a rhythmic click-click sound as the chain swung while someone signed. At night, the fluorescent lights on steadily and glared off the glass candy jars full of peppermint. The bell over the door made a tinny jingle when someone entered, but the sound was muffled if the wind caught it. It was a boring spot, but it was the center of my shift. I would count change in my greasy fingers and listen to the low beep of the barcode scanner. That gum she bought sat right there on the counter. The fake sweet smell of watermelon would fill the air as soon as she unwrapped it and started chewing to cover up whatever was clicking inside her mouth. Eventually, the smiles of other people in town began to change. I saw an old lady at the post office grin way too wide one day, and her jaw seemed to loosen. I blinked and the sight was gone. But the mirrors at my house showed my own face cracking, and my grin pulled in an unnatural way when I tried to smile back. The isolation felt even worse now. I had no cell phone to call the sheriff, so I would have to drive to get help if something went wrong. The trees outside my window were like silent guards. Since it was almost fall, their branches were bare. The silence was oppressive, as if the trees knew what was happening but weren't telling me. During one short shift, she came in with a full grin. Her jaw was split wide, and rows upon rows of teeth were gleaming hungrily. I backed away into the cooler, feeling the cold glass against my shirt. She popped a bubble, a loud click echoed, and she left without buying anything. After that, my own smile started to itch. I looked in the rearview mirror while driving home. My face looked wrong, and my teeth were getting sharper. I began to avoid mirrors and cover them with towels in my house. But in my dreams, she always came back, smiling at people who didn't suspect anything and swallowing their secrets. People say she is still out there in the mountains, smiling at people who are traveling late at night. I woke up one scratch on my cheek, and the skin had split slightly, as if it were unhinging. That hunger for a normal life never left me. I eventually quit my job at the station and took odd jobs closer to home. But the station is still there, and the pumps are still waiting. Now, when I sit by my wood stove at night and the fire pops, I feel that itch. My smile pulls wider in the dark. I reckon the valleys hide this kind of wrongness, and let it show when you are tired. Just one wide grin, and you are swallowed. The silence keeps me awake. I can hear the trees listening while my jaw makes a faint clicking sound. The gum is long gone, but the sound of the pop still echoes in my head. Story 20. I reckon it was late spring of 2015, back when the rhododendrons were blooming thick along the ridges near Breaks Interstate Park. They were pink and white, looking like they had been painted on the hills by someone with too much time. My name is Jedediah Crow. I have been hiking those trails since I was a boy, ever since my father would take me up there to hunt squirrels and teach me how to read the land. On that particular trip, I went alone. I needed a quiet after a rough winter. My black lung disease was acting up worse than usual, and my house felt too empty since my mother passed away. I packed my old backpack heavy with water, jerky, a tarp, and enough food for 3 days. I planned to hike the canyon trails and sleep under the stars if the weather stayed clear. The park sits right on the border of Kentucky and Virginia, where the Russell Fork River has carved deep cuts into mountain rock. But once you leave the main path, it is very easy to lose yourself in the valleys. The nearest ranger station was miles away, and there was no cell phone service once you drop below the ridgeline. The trees, Lord, those trees stand so thick that their silence presses down on you like a hand over your mouth. It muffles every step and every breath you take. Everything started out fine. The sun filtered the leaves, and birds called from high up where I couldn't see them. The trail was muddy from the rain the night before, and my boots sank softly with every step. About midday, I met her near one of the overlooks. She was a striking woman with sun-kissed skin that glowed as if she had been outdoors for weeks. Her hair was tied back in a practical way, and she had a folded map in her hands. She smiled easily and asked if I knew the shortcut to the river overlook. I did, so we started walking together. We talked about simple things, the wild turkeys she had seen that morning and how the sound of creek changes after a storm. Her pace matched mine perfectly. If I am being honest, it felt nice to have someone to share the trail with after so many miles alone. We reached a part where the path became narrow and the mud was thick from the spring rain. Her boots left clear prints in the soft ground, and that is when I noticed it. They were cloven. They looked like deer hooves, split clean down the middle, pressed deep into the mud. My own boot tracks were regular beside them, but hers were wrong. I looked again, thinking it was a trick of the mud or a shadow, but it wasn't. They were human-sized split hooves. She kept walking ahead of me, chatting about ginseng patches, as if nothing was wrong. I slowed down. The prints kept appearing, but then they started to fade away in the middle of her stride. A full heel mark would appear, then a half mark, and then nothing at all. They just vanished, as if she had lifted off the earth. There was no scuff mark or dragging sound. The trail ahead of her was empty. I called out her name, but then I realized she hadn't actually told me her name. I just followed her, and my heart began to beat faster. Her prints started to circle now, moving off the marked path and into the bushes, then coming back and crossing themselves in tight figure eights. It made no sense for a hiker walking in a straight line. A blister on my heel was hurting me badly. I was wearing cheap boots that rubbed my skin raw, and the bandage was peeling off because of my sweat. She noticed when I stopped to fix it. She knelt down quickly and gently. Her fingers felt cool on my skin as she smoothed the tape flat again. "We can't have you limping," she said in a soft voice. There was an unnerving kind of care in the way she pressed the tape down, almost like she knew exactly where it hurt. She stood up and smiled, and we kept walking. But the circles she walked began to tighten. Hours passed, and the sun began to drop low in the sky. We circled the same rock outcrop 3 or 4 times. The trail markers disappeared and were replaced by her prints leading to nowhere. They would just fade into the fallen leaves or bare stone. I tried to go back the way I came, but her path seemed to pull me forward, like a current in a creek that you don't notice until you're already drifting away. I camped that night feeling very uneasy. I hung my tarp between 2 trees and built a small, smoky fire. I heard footsteps circling my camp after dark, a soft clop-clop sound in the leaves. But when I shone my flashlight, I saw nothing. There were only her fresh prints in the mud outside my shelter, looping tightly around the place where I slept. Morning came with a gray sky. I packed quickly and tried to follow what I thought was the main trail back home. Her prints appeared again, fresh and clear, leading off into the thicker woods. I tried to ignore them at first, but they kept showing up right in my path, cloven and perfect, pulling me sideways. The days began to blur. I ate what food I had left, and the water from the stream started to taste like metal. The ridges seemed to close in on me. I kept seeing the same overlooks and the same creek crossings over and over. I started to lose my mind slowly. My feet felt heavy and my mind felt foggy. Every step I took seemed to echo her vanishing trail. To be honest, I started talking to her out loud. I asked her where she had gone and why the prince led nowhere. There was no answer except a heavy silence of the trees. Their branches hung low, as if they were listening too closely to my words. Let me tell you about my boots so you can see the scene correctly. They were old leather hikers. The laces were frayed at the ends because I had tied and untied them so many times over the years. The soles were worn thin at the heels because I dragged my feet when I walk uphill. The blister bandage was a cheap fabric one from the drugstore. It was a pinkish-colored thing with edges that curled up after a few hours of sweating. I had put it on crookedly that morning, so the tape bunched up under my sock and made the rubbing worse. When she fixed it, her fingers were very steady. She pressed the sticky part flat without tearing it. She smoothed it down in slow circles until it sat perfectly against my raw skin. The boots themselves smelled like old sweat and pine sap. The laces were stiff with dried mud, and the metal holes for the laces were a bit rusted from crossing creeks. Inside, the lining had worn through in some spots, leaving rough seams that scratched my ankles. I used to oil them every fall with mink grease from a tin my father gave me. That heavy animal smell stayed on the boots for a long time, mixing with the musky smell of the leather. They were just boring pieces of gear, really, but they had carried me through dozens of trips. They creaked softly when I moved my toes, and their weight felt familiar. That blister throbbed steadily after she touched, like a warning bell I couldn't turn off. Anyway, the dread followed me slowly, like getting lost in what you thought you knew perfectly. The maps in my pack showed that the trails were straight, but out there, the maps lied. Her prints led me deeper into the ridges. They circled wider and then tighter, trapping me in loops that turned one day into three. I ate the last of my jerky and drank from puddles when my water bottle was empty. I started to see things that weren't there. I heard her voice calling from up the hill, and I heard footsteps that matched mine, but stayed always ahead, fading away in the middle of a stride. I tried to mark the trees with my knife, cutting slashes into the bark that should have led me back. But I found those same trees again hours later, with their fresh prints circling the trunks I had marked. My confusion got worse. I sat against a boulder once with my head spinning, and I saw her prints appear right in front of me. They were cloven and wet, and they led off into nothing. I followed them. I had no choice. Eventually, I found a clearing. It was the same one where I had camped on the first night. My tarp was still hanging there, and the fire pit was cold. Her prints looped around the camp perfectly, as if she had walked guard while I was sleeping. I collapsed right there, shaken. I woke up to the sound of rain. The prints were slowly washing away, but new ones were forming uphill, pulling at me again. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like the land itself had been to follow her path. It felt like the ridges were folding to keep me walking in circles. Isolation in woods isn't just about distance. It is the way the silence presses on you. The trees stand as witnesses without making a sound, and no birds call out when you need to hear them most. I finally crawled my way out. I found a main trail. By pure luck, I stumbled into the ranger station days later, feeling half mad. I was babbling about cloven prints and a woman who fixed my blister. The rangers looked at me like I had lost my mind. They checked me for dehydration and sent me home with water and a warning to stay on the marked paths. But the wrongness has stayed with me. Every time I hike now, I see faint split marks in the mud that disappear quickly. My heel still itches where she touched me, and the scar there is raised and bumpy. She is still out there, waiting in those mountain ridges where maps cannot reach. Her prints lead to nowhere, and she is circling patiently. Just one wrong step, and you are gone. The silence of the trees keeps me awake at night. I listen for that soft clop-clop sound in the leaves outside my window. I wonder if the next trail I take will lead me back into her territory. I reckon some paths are not meant to end, and some company on the trail costs more than you realize. It keeps me awake, scratching at old blister and feeling the pull toward the dark woods.